I'd like to call the June meeting of the Edgecombe County Commissioners to order. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Mr. Evans, safety instructions, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to everyone. I'd like to invite Ms. Natalie Best to go over our safety instructions for tonight.
Good evening.
Good evening.
To provide for the safety of those attending this meeting, please listen to the following instructions in case of an emergency. First, please take a moment to note where your exits are. If an emergency arises that prompts us to evacuate, please exit this room in a quick and orderly manner through one of the two doors to your right, and then proceed to the nearest stairwell, directions to which are indicated by the exit signs. Once you exit the building, we ask that you safely cross Granville Street, which is the street that runs beside our building, to our parking lot to be safely away from the building. Our staff will provide additional direction and assistance. In the case of a tornado warning, we ask that you exit this room into the hallway, where we will all remain until it is safe to exit. In any event of an active shooter in the building, if there is an accessible escape path, please run and try to evacuate the premises. If you can't evacuate, find a place to hide where you are less likely to be found and lock any doors that you can. And as a last resort, and only if your life is in imminent danger, please fight. Our staff will provide additional direction and assistance on what to do. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Ms. Harris, prayer, please.
Dear Heavenly Father, we do thank you again for another day of life, health, and strength. Lord, we thank you for those who are gathered, those who may be on their way. Lord, we ask you to continue to give us all the common respect of one another to do what is right for this county and for these citizens. We ask this in your Son's name. Amen.
Amen. You have in your agenda package the minutes of our previous meeting. Is it, without any additions, is there a motion?
So moved.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none is approved. Without any objections from the board, I'm going to move up on the agenda item B and C. There are resolutions for some of our outstanding public servants, and I'll ask Mrs. Harris to read the resolution honoring Reverend Dr. Thomas L. Walker. Is there anybody in here from Reverend Walker's family? Go ahead and read that resolution, please.
Edgecombe County Board of County Commissioners resolution to honor Reverend Dr. Thomas L. Walker, faith leader, community building, and civic advocate. Whereas the Edgecombe County Board of Commissioners recognizes the strength of our county lies in the faith, resilience, and service of its people, and that certain individuals rise above in their calling to serve, inspire, and lead generations. And whereas Reverend Dr. Thomas L. Walker has devoted more than 5 decades of his life to ministry, community service, and civic leadership, becoming a beacon of hope and a powerful voice for justice and unity in Edgecombe County and beyond. And whereas Reverend Walker began his pastoral work at a historic Ebenezer Missionary Baptist Church in Rocky Mount, where he served faithfully for over 50 years, leading with biblical conviction, compassion for all people, and a vision of community transformation. And whereas his leadership extended beyond the pulpit to the broader community through radio broadcasting, civic engagement, youth mentorship, and philanthropic efforts, as well as serving 3 terms on the Edgecombe County Board of Commissioners. And whereas in 2010, Reverend Dr. Walker was rightfully inducted into the Twin Counties Hall of Fame, joining a distinguished class of individuals whose contributions have shaped the cultural, social, and spiritual legacy of both Edgecombe and Nash counties. And whereas his recent celebration of life and legacy drew leaders, citizens, and admirers from near and far, further confirming the deep and lasting impact of his ministry and public service. And now therefore be it officially and publicly noted that the Edgecombe County Board of Commissioners honors the service and spiritual leadership of Reverend Dr. Thomas L. Walker and extends deepest appreciation for his indelible contributions to Edgecombe County and the entire Twin Counties region. Adopted this 2nd day of June 2025. Leonard Wiggins, Chairman. Tammy Faison, Clerk to the Board.
Is that a motion to approve, Ms. Harris?
So moved. Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none. Is there anybody here? If nobody's here, we'll make sure that gets to the family.
I think that's worth an
Yes,
applause.
sir. Next on the agenda, I'm going to ask Mr. Thorne to read the resolution honoring Mr. John Jenkins.
Thank you. A resolution to honor Mr. John Jenkins, retired town council member. Whereas the Edgecombe County Board of Commissioners believes that every citizen contributes to the strength and spirit of our community, and that some individuals demonstrate extraordinary dedication and leadership worthy of special recognition. And whereas Mr. John Jenkins faithfully served the citizens of Tarboro and Edgecombe County as a dedicated public servant, culminating in over 2 decades of service as a member of the Tarboro Town Council. And whereas during his tenure, Mr. Jenkins became known for his thoughtful leadership, warm spirit, and tireless commitment to the betterment of his community, championing projects and policies that strengthened neighborhoods, improved infrastructure, and uplifted citizens. And whereas after years of faithful service, Mr. Jenkins recently stepped down from his position on Tarboro Town Council, leaving behind a strong legacy of public service, integrity, and love for the community he served. Now, therefore, be it officially and publicly noted that Edgecombe County Board of Commissioners expresses its sincere gratitude and high regard to Mr. John Jenkins for his outstanding service and honors his lasting contributions to Tarboro and Edgecombe County, adopted this 2nd day of June 2025.
Is that a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Let's also give Mr. Jenkins. Is there anybody here from Mr. Jenkins' family? Hearing none, we'll make sure that gets to the family also.
Mr.
Back-
Chairman,
go right ahead.
sorry for interrupting. Would
Go
you
ahead.
mind if we also brought forward the scheduled appointment for tonight? We have Mr. Dave Peterson, the Senior Regional Vice President at Trillium.
Without any objection, please come forward.
Chairman Wiggins, may I just remind everyone, please speak into your mic so that those at home can hear adequately. I think we still have some problems. Thank you.
Good evening. While they pull this up, thank you for having me this evening. I just want to first say thank you to Commissioner Harris, who serves on our Regional Advisory Board, and Samika Bennerman of DSS Attorney. She also serves on our Regional Advisory Board. And we want to make sure we're keeping local voices on that board. So thank you for having me. This is my 2nd time in front of you all since we consolidated, so I'm going to try to go through this. Trillium Health Resources.
Tell us who you are. So that,
I'm sorry.
So that
I am Dave Peterson.
And what your organization is for.
Yep.
For the
I
public
am-
will understand, okay?
Thank you, sir. I
Okay.
appreciate that.
Okay.
I'm Dave Peterson. I'm the Senior Regional Vice President of Trillium Health Resources. And part of the presentation will talk about what we do out there and how we cover 46 counties.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
thank you. So Trillium Health Resources, transforming lives and building community well-being through partnerships and proven solutions. We oversee thousands of provider agencies that serve individuals with mental health, developmental disabilities, and substance use needs, okay? So I'll go over a little bit in more detail about what that is. This is our map. When we consolidated about 1.5 years ago, we were 28 counties. And the State Department of Health and Human Services, and I say this a little bit tongue-in-cheek, they liked us a lot, and therefore they gave us 18 more counties, okay? And with that being said, we are the largest one in the state now. But we want to make sure that we're trying to stay local and public, because that's the biggest issue that's up against us coming from legislators in a couple of years. Our total population is 3.1 million. In those 46 counties. We have members, 51,000 that are on the tailored plan, and the tailored plan is individuals with very high mental health, developmental disabilities, and substance use needs. We have about 163,000 that are Medicaid direct members, and here's the scary number. We have about 287,000 people that have absolutely no insurance, none, okay? That's the big issue that we're up against in this state. Medicaid expansion did help that, okay? But we still have a lot of people that are uninsured. This is why we want to continue to make sure we are locally present. We have 5 regions. We have 5 regional advisory boards. Like I said, Commissioner Harris is on the regional advisory board. We have 5 consumer and family advisory committees, or CFACs, Consumer Family Advisory Committees, 5 regional vice presidents, and I am one of those. And then we want to make sure we are actively engaged in the local issues in every county. And I'll point out one of the reasons why we're local is Katisha right here, and half of you in the room know Katisha, okay? So I'll mention in this next slide, like I said, Commissioner Harris. We also have Deborah Jordan, who a lot of you may know is on our Consumer Family Advisory Committee. Myself, Terrell Alston in the audience also, it works throughout this county. And then Katisha, who everybody knows as I continue to come into these meetings, she says hi to everybody. So we are fortunate to have her on this team. Now to getting into some numbers, we served over 80,000 individuals from July through December, okay? You'll see the numbers of how many had a diagnosis of mental health, how many had a diagnosis of substance use, and how many had a diagnosis of intellectual and developmental disabilities. These are the once again, very high need individuals. Not someone that just, and I say just, needing some outpatient services once a month. These are individuals that have very severe needs. And that's why that cost was $802 million to serve those 80,000 people, okay? Lessons learned. So the state said to us, we've been dealing with those 3 disability groups for decades and decades and decades. So we are the experts on that. But they said now you are going to manage the whole person. So someone with mental illness who also may have COPD or a heart issue or lung issue, we now are managing their health issues. So instead of them having 2 insurance plans, they only have 1, which is great, okay? What they also did though in 2021, they took all the low to moderate risk individuals and handed them over to those 5 insurance plans. And so you'll see on one of the slides how many members of the low to moderate risk individuals are being served by these insurance companies that are national insurance companies, okay? When I saw the kind of the grins when we said we're 46 counties, well, these guys are in multiple countries, some of these insurance companies. And that's where the state's moving towards, giving it to the big guys. So when you talk about trying to keep it local, I don't know how much more local you can get by keeping it with us instead of going to some of these. But you all have heard that the state is, in December, moving every one of your foster kids over to Healthy Blue. Okay? So Blue Cross Blue Shield, Healthy Blue will be managing your foster kids in Edgecombe County, not Trillium. Okay? That's the direction the state's going. I won't go through this slide, but you will have that. I think you have that in your package, but I want to make sure we get that. But there's a variety of different enrollment options that are in that slide. Okay? And that started in 2021. So here are some numbers, okay, of what we look like, and we still get a lot of calls because we've been dealing with this for decades, all right? And a lot of times we'll say, we will help, we will do a warm handoff of that individual over to Healthy Blue or United or WellCare or AmeriHealth or Carolina Complete Health. Because about 80% of the population that we used to serve got moved over to these insurance companies. So that's been a big change for us, all right? You'll see Healthy Blue is the biggest one up there with 210,000 individuals, about 21% of the Medicaid population for low to moderate risk folks. Here's specifically your county numbers, okay? We've managed 2,020 individuals from Edgecombe County. You'll also see, though, some of the other plans have served a lot more because those are low to moderate risk. Keep in mind, we only deal with very high-risk individuals. And that's kind of the pie chart of what we're looking at. We are 8% of your Medicaid population that we cover in Edgecombe County. So what we did, and we did this here in Edgecombe, we held town halls in 2024, and we got a lot of good information from all of the counties, the new counties that were moved into Trillium. And one of the biggest ones that were asked about was, can you continue to have requests for proposals, okay, on services that are needed? I would encourage, and Eric and I can talk on a regular basis about when RFPs come out, because we really do want to make sure that when we do an RFP and it applies to your county, that you all apply for it, okay? Because, you know, I'm listening in on some of the town halls that you're having, and they're the get off the list implementation of that. I'm very interested to continue to work with Eric on whatever we can do to get Edgecombe off those lists, okay? So we are going to be trying to plan some more town halls in this next fiscal year. Some of the project updates, we are still pushing for substance abuse prevention in schools. We have Narcan kits, reentry simulations. I did see that we did do crisis intervention training with law enforcement in Edgecombe County, so we want to continue to do that. But here are the options that on a lot of these projects that we want to encourage Edgecombe County to take advantage of. We do know people with disabilities have a really hard time moving from high school into either college or into a trade school, and we want to, that's that transition to employment program that we really try to push. So there's a lot of different project updates on this slide. So now to drill down even further, total members served July through December, okay, so only a half a year. You had 1,758 folks being served. And I always say, if you try to add up the mental health number, the substance use number, and the intellectual and developmental disability number, it won't add up to 1,758 because a lot of these individuals have dual diagnoses. So some have both mental health and substance use. So that's the numbers of people that Trillium's served in the past 6 months, from July to December. Okay? This is just our access service line. We have multiple lines. You know, we have a business line, but we also have a crisis line, and that's the one that we always try to make sure folks are aware of. But we are 7 days a week, 24 hours a day with our crisis line. Okay, so we want to make sure that folks can call whoever they need to call. But I always say, Eric does have my phone number, and anytime anybody wants it, and I say that to all commissioners, that you're more than welcome to give me a call. This phone hasn't left me in probably 30 years. So more than welcome. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I want to get out of the way of the next topics coming up. So.
Well, your topic is important also. Any questions from the board members? If not,
No question, but I did want to say I appreciate Trillium allowing me to attend a conference where I was able to get a much better understanding of what Trillium actually, what they do. And I was actually able to get in contact with someone to help a relative of mine that I found while I was at that conference. So I appreciate being able to go and to go to the different sessions so that I'll be able to help my constituents a lot more now that I know exactly what you do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
let me ask you, does anybody in the audience might have a question? I might be opening up something I don't need to, but I think it's important because we don't get this opportunity often. Is anybody in the audience that might have a question that Mr. Patterson can answer as it relates to what they do and the mental health? You might have some needs in your family that this organization can help. If not, hearing none, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
At this time, we're moving back up, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'm going to call to order a public hearing to discuss proposed rezoning request from Mr. C.T. Williams. The public hearing is called to order. Would you please read the public notice, Mr. Peters?
Yes, sir. Public notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held by the Board of Commissioners of Edgecombe County on Monday, June 2nd, 2025 at 6:00 p.m. in the Jonathan Felton Commissioners Room, second floor, County Administrative Building, 201 St. Andrews Street, Tarboro, North Carolina, to consider and act upon case number 25-CRZ02, a request to rezone a parcel owned by C.T. Williams Corporation located on NC 111 South Macclesfield, also identified as parcel number 378367306800, as well as a parcel owned by Timothy Allen Harvey, trustee et al., located on NC 111 South Macclesfield, also identified as parcel number 378386423600. The applicant, C.T. Williams, requested to rezone property from AR 30 Rural Residential to R20C Mixed Residential Conditional District. Copies of the proposed zoning map amendment are available for public inspection during business hours, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. in the County Planning Office, Room 205, County Administrative Building, 201 St. Andrews Street, Tarboro, North Carolina. All parties in interest and all interested residents are invited and urged to be present and make their views known. This, the 22nd day of May, 2025, by order of the Board of Commissioners of Edgecombe County. Tammy Faison, clerk to the board.
Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to invite Mr. Dervin Spell, our planning director, to come forward to give us an overview of the project. While he's on his way, for reminder to the board and benefit of the public, some of the folks that are here tonight interested in this matter will know that this has come before the board before. As you'll recall, at the last time that you considered this, we had an even number of commissioners that were present that night, and it ended up being a tie vote. And because of that tie vote, it was neither approved nor rejected. And so that allowed Mr. Williams the opportunity, if he wanted to, and obviously he did, to bring this project back before the board for your consideration. Also, just want to make the board aware and the public aware, as you see, we are at an even number of members again tonight, and so there is the possibility that you could have a tie vote. I just want everyone to be aware of that at the offset. We'll revisit what the recommended actions may or may not be at the end of the public hearing, but I'll invite Mr. Spell to give an overview of the project.
Mr. Spells?
Good evening, Board. C.T. Williams requests to rezone parcels of approximately 179.28 acres and 114.81 acres from AR 30 Rural Residential to R-20-C Mixed Residential Conditional District. The purpose of this request is to allow for the development of a subdivision with minimum lot sizes of 20,000 square feet, including the condition that only single-family site-built detached homes are allowed. Per the concept plan, the proposed subdivision will have a maximum of 332 lots. The AR 30 Rural Residential District is established to protect rural and undeveloped lands from premature development at densities that are inconsistent with the county's adopted policy guidance. The district is also intended to protect established and future agricultural and forestry activities. The R20 Mixed Residential District has a neighborhood scale or character with individual developments arranged along major transportation corridors and within designated areas proximate to municipal areas. The district allows a wide variety of dwelling unit types at moderate densities of around 2 units per acre, though densities may be increased based on open space provisions and design quality. Residential neighborhoods include a variety of different lot sizes and housing types to promote diverse housing options for county residents. The Planning Board voted unanimously to forward the rezoning request to the Board of County Commissioners with an unfavorable recommendation. The Planning Board stated the rezoning from AR 30 to R-20-C is inconsistent with Edgecombe County's adopted policy guidance as expressed in the 2014-2034 Comprehensive Plan, based on that it is not consistent with Growth Management Policy Number 5, Rural. Technical Review Committee comments. Melanie Hudson with the Environmental Health Division stated that there are no applications or permits on file for the parcels for the septic systems. Perry Keeter with NCDOT stated that the proposed subdivision will have to go through an official review. Mr. Keeter also commented that a preliminary review has been done by NCDOT, and the amount of access points shown on the concept plan will not be allowed, in which the developer would need to create internal streets to reduce access points. After the conclusion of the legislative public hearing, the Board of Commissioners shall decide the conditional rezoning application in accordance with the standards in Section 2.3.7G review criteria. The decision shall be one of the following. 1, approval of the application. 2, denial of the application. 3, approval of the revised application. Or 4, remand the application to county staff for further consideration. The decision shall be based on the legislative discretion of the Board of Commissioners, taking into consideration the recommendation of the Planning Board and the standards in Section 2.3.7.G review criteria. In making this decision, the Board of Commissioners shall adopt a written statement of...
Speak up, please.
Yes.
No one can hear you.
Okay. In making its decision, the Board of Commissioners shall adopt a written statement of reasonableness and consistency with the county's adopted policy guidance in accordance with Section 160-605 of the North Carolina General Statutes. Okay, and so now I'll present the representative of the applicant to present their case.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to say, I think it would be appropriate that for the applicant, Mr. Williams, to understand that you have an even number of commissioners here tonight. There is the possibility that there could be a tie vote as it was before. And he does have the option, if he would like to have this public hearing recessed until next month, or if he would like to proceed tonight. That certainly would be an option I would recommend to be offered to Mr. Williams.
That option is offered. Mr. Williams,
I guess we'll proceed.
please come forward. You can come forward then.
Hello, I'm Cecil Williams. Can anybody hear me?
I think they can hear you.
I'm Cecil Williams, the applicant with CT Williams Corporation. I don't have a lot to say. I do request that when people that are against it speak, that I be given the opportunity to address their concerns as soon as they're done, so I can try to move forward. We are developers. We have the 30,000. This is a completely different request than it was the last time we were here. Last time we were here.
You have put conditions on this request, is that correct?
Conditions on this
Go
request.
ahead.
And those conditions, we are asking for the 20,000, and we put conditions, the only condition we're asking for is that the houses are going to be site-built houses. We own the land, and we could, I guess, if we're not successful, do the 30,000 square foot, if that's what we have to do. And the 30,000 square foot has a lot of options in it that we have taken out in our request. And our request is only for the 20,000 site-built houses, 20,000 square foot, and it'd be site-built houses. So I'm not, in the order of time, I'm gonna just, that's all I got right this second.
And based on what I read, they're single-family only, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
There will be no rentals. that we know of. There's no rentals, it's all single family. No, and the DOT, I do need to mention that. The DOT, we have all interior streets. We do not have any road front lots, all interior streets. But we do understand, and we will connect our streets to reduce from 7 driveways down, we're gonna reduce it down. I don't know how many we can reduce it to, but it will be less than 7. So that'd be less than 7 houses accessing the road. All of our streets are interior. So I'm gonna, let Mr. Tolson, he's our engineer, I'm gonna let him follow up on a little bit more technical stuff, and I'm gonna be here to answer questions, and he will too. Thank y'all.
Okay.
Good evening, I'm Mike Tolson with Mackay Associates. We're the engineer that prepared the application and prepared the sketch that you've got in front of you for this rezoning request. I think just to give you a little bit of background on why the difference between R30 to R20 is to be able to reduce the development costs that come with building an R30 versus an R20. A R20 lot, requires less frontage across the lot, and the name of the game in development is to be able to keep your development costs down as low as possible. So if you can have 2 lots in the same space that you would have 1.5 lots otherwise, you're reducing your costs and making it so that the development costs can overall be a lower number. And that is one of the main concerns for this. In order to be able to make this project make economic sense for the developer, and you have the cost of land, you have the cost of infrastructure, you have roads, you have water infrastructure that'll have to be installed, you have individual septic systems that'll have to go on each lot. And with that all total, when you project those numbers out, the R20 just makes it so that it's a little bit more economically feasible, a better project for the developer, and overall still probably will bring you what will amount to the same number of lots overall, about 300, 330 overall lots on a 300-acre tract of land. We are in the process of getting the soils evaluated out there. We don't have that information yet. There are some, I've been told so far that the soils are coming up. We have a lot of different variations in the soil, so we'll have to really take a look at that, which will impact the layout that you have in front of you with the number of lots, the actual size of lots and everything else. And we just don't know that today. We won't know that until we get a real good design going. And one of the points we have to know is whether or not we're aiming at a 20,000 square foot or a 30,000 square foot minimum lot size. So some of these are questions we're asking you to help us know what we need to design it for, whether we need to aim at 30 or 20. I can say that from the lot layout that you have seen in the sketch and the packet that you have, that the average lot size is around 24,000 over all those lots. So there's still not going to be 20,000 on the nose type lots. So just some food for thought as you go through and look at that, and know that there's been some thought put into this, but there's got a lot of design that still has to move forward. And of course, we have a DOT review, we have a county review for the plans and specs that'll have to go to build the roads. There'll be a DOT review that has to be done to be able to see if there's a traffic analysis needed and everything else. There'll be phasing plans and everything else, a stormwater review with the state. All of those are things that we do after we know what direction we're heading in with the R20 or R30 questions. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but that's just a little bit of a baseline of what this is.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah,
Go
my
ahead.
one question is, if we're voting on this, are we voting based on the plan that they provided? Or, so then if they make changes to that plan, it would have to come back to this board?
If they make what the ordinance describes as, or classifies as major modifications, it would have to come to the board, and that would be things like increasing the density, or decreases in open space, increases in height. Those sort of things would have to come back to the board. More minor modifications, like the rearrangement of internal streets, can go to the technical review committee, which is staff in the planning office.
So of the things that were mentioned tonight, or would we consider any of those things major that we would need necessarily?
The biggest, most obvious one, I think, would be changes in density, which would be, more lots. If the site plan has X number of lots and they want to propose more lots, then that would be a change in density that would need to come back to the board.
I think As I would understand it, he's asking us to reduce to where it can be 20,000 square feet lot.
Well, yes, sir, but the site plan calls for a specific number of lots, if I'm correct. And I think the question was related to if, once they do more design work, they want to have more lots.
And they can't have more.
Without approval from the board of the site plan,
We're approving a set number of lights if we approve it.
based on the site plan.
Okay. And that will come back from staff, when those discussions are made with staff and the review committee, they will determine what needs to come back to the board if this is approved. That's correct?
Yes, sir.
So just for frame, we're basically approving, we would be up to a maximum amount, and then they could lower from that point, and that wouldn't be necessarily a material change?
Well, it would not be, it would be a change in density. The ordinance says change in density. It doesn't just say increase in density. So I think a decrease in density may also have to come back to the board.
It just seemed like there was a lot of talk about changes that were happening right from the start, and it might be better to, maybe that's not for me to say.
We've not had an occasion. Everybody's been in compliance so far in terms of what was approved, what was approved by the board. Those are things that have normally been discussed with staff, if there were any allowances that they could make or could not make. But I've never had an occasion that anything came back to us. Okay. We're approving 20,000 square feet lots, so many,
A minimum, yes.
a minimum, okay. If that's in fact what happened.
And right now, a maximum of 332 lots.
This means there's no room for the developer to do more than they have requested. No, you may not. Hold it. Hold, please, 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 please. Okay, please hold. We'll get your questions answered. Okay. Okay. Please, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to get some idea who would like to speak. Could you show me by hands who would like to speak? Well, okay, I'm going to start right here, sir, and request that you come forward and state your name and address for the public record.
Thank you. My name's Sam Johnson, 2466 Heartland Road, Battleboro. I am the Director of Operations at C.T. Williams Corporation. I just wanted to touch on a few things. Cecil was running a little late, and he made me make some notes, so I came a little bit prepared. But anyway, thank you all for having this hearing and letting us talk about some of these things. And so in the packet, the staff report that we received, as well as you as the commissioners, had a copy of Chapter 10 of your Edgecombe County Comprehensive Plan. And in the section of housing, I noted that the first four items in that plan, we feel like we're trying to address. Let me first say our attraction to Edgecombe County was the fact that Edgecombe County was trying to attract industry and development, economic development for the county. And along with that comes housing. You all have recognized that in your comprehensive plan. But the housing options and diversity is one of your options that talks about having housing available throughout the county for people who either don't desire or can't afford large tracts of land. That's what we're trying to provide. Affordability, low to moderate income households can afford the type house that we are planning to put in this subdivision. Designed for seniors and disabled housing. All of these houses are built on a slab, which makes them accessible. A lot of the builders' plans are one story, which would play into the elderly and potentially, disabled. And I say all that in support of the economic development plan that the county has. The other things is the higher density in one area, we feel like really helps Edgecombe County decide where you put your resources as far as infrastructure. of emergency services in schools. For example, if you build 300 houses across the county, an acre here and an acre there, then you all are forced to maybe decide that you put extra EMS help in one area and maybe not in another. With this density, we feel, it helps you direct maybe some of those efforts into that Macclesfield area. We also feel that being only 2 miles outside of Macclesfield, that hopefully that drives economic growth for the Macclesfield area as well. Restaurants, shops, those types of things. As Cecil mentioned, there's no road front lots. There may have been some confusion about that. All interior streets. All the roads are built to NCDOT standards, and it says in our HOA guidelines that the intent is to turn those roads over to NCDOT as soon as the development phase is over. We don't want to be paying for those roads for the rest of of our life, and so we build those roads from the beginning to NCDOT standards. Some other questions that I think could come up. It's all underground utilities. We did send an email to each of you commissioners that had a drone video in it. I'm not sure if you were able to open that, but it showed a current development that we're doing in Bailey Williams Run off of Strickland Road. And I would like to think that you would have agreed that it was a well done subdivision. Builders sod the front yards, so everybody starts off on an even keel, and that we're not responsible for outside of the HOA. The HOA will manage unruly yards and that kind of thing, but everybody has a different way of doing those things. And again, it's also been mentioned tonight too that I think, we are a family-owned business. We are also a for-profit business, so we are in business to make a profit. As I would assume any of you who own a business or work for a business, that's part of your objective is to maximize the return from the assets that you have, and that's all that we're interested in doing. We feel like the increased density can also help the county control what's built there with the conditions that we've put in our request of single-family site-built homes. So thank you for consideration.
Thank you. On the second row there, who was anybody else to speak? Right behind you. Mr. Park. Mr. Pike.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Bob Pike with Carolina's Gateway Partnership for the Economic Development Arm for the county as well as the city of Rocky Mount and the town of Tarboro. We're located at 386 Northwest Main Street in Rocky Mount. As we've been charged as an organization, we're a private-public partnership that recruits industry here. Projects over the years have been projects such as the Hitachi Group, the Cornings, the Sara Lee's, the Cummings. All these are all projects that the partnership over the last 20-plus years have been a part of bringing and enhancing the job availability in this county as well as the region. And because of that, the legacy that's been put forth by this commissioning, the legacy of this board, in particular with the Kingsborough Business Park. Obviously, you're very much aware of the millions and millions of dollars that's been put there in the hopes of bringing employers from all sizes, of which we're seeing an extreme amount of interest recently. One example, obviously, is the Natron energy announcement of last fall, requiring 1,000-plus jobs. But also we're seeing existing industry expansion coming at us with jobs. We're seeing smaller projects, we call them singles, doubles, and triples, such as Prudential Piping here in Tarboro, as well as Amazon's last mile facility. All of these projects, as well as many others, has been as a result of product availability, land, sites, etc., that attract companies to want to come here, not to mention the overall culture and the community, attributes such as water, natural gas, electricity. All those things are key components for economic development to the community, with the hopes of generating tax revenue as well as jobs for the region. With that said, one of the things I wanted to point out to the commissioners as well as the general public within the region is not only within Edgecombe County, Rocky Mount, and Tarboro. When you factor in the jobs that have been recently announced in Wilson County, Pitt County, and Edgecombe County, it's over 3,800 jobs that will be coming on board in the next 2 to 3 years. We have another 1,000 in the pipeline right now that we're expecting a favorable announcement, so it's putting close to 5,000 jobs that are going to be coming to the county. You use a multiplier of 3. For every job usually creates 3. So you can see the impact that economic development is going to have, and the key component of success is obviously a workforce. All of our clients, new and old and existing industry, always ask the question, where are these folks going to live? So with that said, we need to have workforce housing. Granted, it needs to be appropriate to the community and the culture that's in our community. But as we go forth, projects such as this are very well needed and very well received by industries that come and look at our community to locate their jobs. It's critical. We have major projects right now. The best or the most important question that we have to answer is, are we going to have places for people to live? We've got to have it. We've made this investment, and we need to ask ourselves, if we didn't do the investments over the years, where would the people that are working currently at Sara Lee, Hitachi, Cummings, where would they be today? And it's not only for new employees coming into the region, it's for our children, it's for our grandchildren that will be taking advantage of these projects, and we need places for them to live. And I think we would be very much in favor to pass this request.
Any questions? Hear none, thank you. Next row, is anybody here? Next, behind, you, please come up.
My name is Thomas Tolson, 4765 NC 111 South, Maxfield. As an adjoining landowner right beside this, I had a long list of reasons that I want this to happen, but our time limit really isn't enough. Instead, I would like to just talk to y'all about, or think about it in a different way. The land's currently zoned AR 30. The land's currently owned by Mr. Williams. He's going to build houses, no doubt. I would too if it was me. But, we are the taxpayers that live in this county that voted, to my knowledge, for all the commissioners sitting here. Let's think about how it affects us taxpayers, the people that are living there. There's more roads, there's more traffic, more people. And sure, growth is good, we all know it, and it brings money into a poor county like ours. We all understand that. But let's just think about it in a different way, and that is, leave it at AR 30 and we all win. Given the plan that y'all have in front of you and the rough amount of acres, with the swamps that are there and everything else, if it's R20, it'll probably be 300 plus houses. If it's AR 30, like it is now, it'll be 200 houses. He wins, we win. We still get the fewer number of houses, fewer number of people, and then he gets his houses. He's going to be able to recoup his money on his investment. So please take a minute and think about that. Coming from taxpayers, people that voted for y'all, people that live in this county right beside it. Not a man from Nash County. Thank you.
Behind the next row, does anybody speak? In this row, anybody else in this row? Next row behind, anybody speak? Moving on back, please come forward.
Hi, am Sharon Poling. I live at,
What was your last name?
Macclesfield.
What was your last name, ma'am?
Poling. I live in Macclesfield, right on 124, 2 miles from where this will be. And I really didn't even know what that was going on until it was so far down the road. But I really appreciate what the gentleman before me said about reducing it down to 200 houses, because, and I appreciate what this man says about all these jobs, and we hope all these jobs are coming, and I do hope they come. I do. I sincerely do. We need revenue. People need jobs. I'm in real estate. It's very hard to find anybody that can qualify for a house in Edgecombe County. The unemployment and the wages are so low, you can't get anybody qualified. So 200 houses is going to be a challenge for you to qualify. But the other thing is, I heard this other gentleman say, no rentals. Well, check me if I'm wrong. When you sell them, you're going to sell them as a house. But there's nothing that's going to say, oh, HOA. Yeah, I've heard HOA too. But I'm just telling you, I'm not buying it. I think as you see HOAs go, I'm in a HOA. I'm in a HOA down at Emerald Isle. And that's the way it was. Absolutely, no rentals. Now what we got rental properties. So I'm just telling you, I hear 200 houses coming outside of Macclesfield as no police department. We don't have a town police. We have no doctor, no clinic. We have one grocery store that's getting ready to close their doors. We have very little, if any, services. We have trash pickup, if you want to call that a service. That's it in Macclesfield. So trying to attract people into that area and for $200,000, $300,000 homes and get them qualified, I think 200 would be pushing it, 300 would just be absurd, I think. But so I do appreciate what the gentleman before me said, and I do hope you do consider the local people, because we struggle as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else over here? Just moving over here. Anybody here? On the first row, anybody here? Come on, please, ma'am.
My name is Marilyn Augustine. I live at 4730 Highway 111 South in Macclesfield. And I would like Mr. Williams to explain to us, because I did pick up what he said. If y'all don't vote to change it to R20, he said, then R30, that's going to change things, because of the stipulation that he said if you go R20, they're going to be stick-built. Well, if I think that you maybe need to ask him, if you don't vote for it, and if it stays R30, as far as us citizens that live around there, why can't that stipulation also be put in that they have to be stick-built homes? I don't know if you can do that or not, but I'd like him to explain that a little bit, of when he said that things can change if it stays R30.
Well, I think I can address that. Whatever.
Sir?
It's already R30 now, is it?
Correct.
Whatever,
Right, but there
whatever
was-
the requirements are in the ordinance now, he can do. I don't know, I can't state what those requirements are. Would you like to address that, Mr. Williams? Would you like to address it?
I think you've done a good job there. If it's R20, that gives us opportunity to condense our subdivision, and we can afford to limit ourselves. But if it's R30, I don't, standing here, I can't tell you what would be more profitable for us to put on this property. So we're gonna abide by the rules that this commission gives us to abide by. Whether it's R30, we abide by R30 rules. If it's 20 with our conditions, that's what we want to abide by.
As I'm understanding it, ma'am, the request now, he is making that request to put those conditions on it to make it stick bid. What would be in R20 otherwise, I don't know, he's putting those conditions, he's requesting those conditions himself. Now, I can't tell you exactly what the ordinance states now, but I do know whatever is in those ordinances as they are now, he could do other than him requesting what he can't do, okay? Okay.
Okay, I get it.
Engineer, tell us what R30?
I'll have our attorney, it's a whole bunch of uses, okay? It's a bunch of, in all of our zoning districts, there are a list of things that you can do, okay? And there are a list of things that can be done, and that's the reason that you come back and request a rezoning, so that you can do some things different than what maybe you could do in what it is properly rezoned. Ms. Evans, excuse me, just, you got it there, Ms. Evans?
Yes, sir. Mr. Spell can correct me if I'm reading this wrong, but under the permitted uses in our current Unified Development Ordinance, under R30 could be a family care home, a conservation subdivision, manufactured home, Class A double wide, manufactured home, Class B single wide, could also be single-family detached dwelling. So those are the permitted uses under AR 30.
Okay.
And we would have no restrictions in terms of what could be done in the present zoning. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I do.
Please come forward, ma'am. Please.
Leary Jordan,
What's the name, please?
Leary, L-A-R-I-E,
Okay.
Jordan,
Go right ahead, ma'am.
564 Stallings Road.
Go ahead.
I think the really big issue here for a lot of us is we see a lot of these subdivisions started in Edgecombe County, and they don't get finished with houses. They get finished with trailers. And so far as the companies that we've been told that would come, over the years, we're told a company is coming, and it doesn't. The tire company was supposed to come, and it didn't. Ever since NAFTA, there really hasn't been a change in Edgecombe County. We all want Edgecombe County to prosper. We do. But our biggest fear is you're going to start on the subdivision, and you may sell a handful of them. And I know that this is a 5 to 10 year project. That right there is a big risk in Edgecombe County. Because these businesses may say they're going to come, and they don't. And then you're sitting there with all this land that you've got to sell to even break even. What are you going to do? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm sorry. What are you going to do?
Address to the board, ma'am. Address it to the board.
Okay,
Talk
I'm
to
sorry.
talk to the board, please.
What I was asking him is,
Talk to the board, ma'am.
what is he going to do? I mean, he's got all this land, he's got to sell it, and there's nobody to sell it to.
Well, I guess if,
So,
You know,
I heard what you said is under R30.
and that's any developer's risk.
Right,
In
right,
term-
and I know that because the subdivision down the road, for me on Stallings Road, was told to us on Stallings Road that it was going to be a subdivision for people working in Greenville. It's a trailer park, and that is one of our biggest fear, because I can tell you all about that trailer park. It's not the best. And we're afraid that, you know, it's gonna bring in crime, and it's gonna wind up like a lot of these subdivisions have in Edgecombe County.
Well, ma'am, I can't address what it will be. I can only address that, what's
What-
before us, and that's a rezoning request.
Right,
In
but
terms,
this is-
all the 20, please, excuse, all the 20 would probably restrict the trailer park. So sometimes when you bring it, things are rezoned for trailers and things are not. But any landowner has a right to wants it to use their property according to the way it is zoned.
Right, and I understand that. The other thing is taxes. The property taxes, I have a pretty good idea, and the rest of us do too, will probably go up because the county water out in that area, I've talked with citizens out there, you're gonna have to put a pump out there because right now the county water out there is not the best. I had one citizen tell me she can't even fill up her bathtub. So that's gonna have to be addressed. And then you've got the schools, and people's property taxes are gonna go up around there. I mean, it's just really, we see property taxes going up.
Well, I think this board is empowered to do that, and that's not what we expect that we're going to have to do. And I think we're about at our taxing the limit. We are trying our best not. We will be discussing our budget later, and we don't want any property taxes either. So we're kind of controlling that. But the addition of new homeowners will probably, in my mind, help us decrease tax rates.
But what if there's no homeowners but you've got to go ahead and plan for these homeowners, but there's no homeowners?
Well, that's to come. We will plan for it. We plan for the things that we have to do. And so far, I think our staff has done an excellent job with that. I don't know what would happen here tonight, and I don't even know how to answer some of your concerns because when things would happen, there would be some crime. We've got a sheriff department. We hope to control that. But all those things probably can't be answered, in my mind, until such time, if it is approved and what happens. Okay. And they are risking everything that we do. Go ahead, you want to address? Mhm.
I'll answer some more questions to the best of my ability. We do a lot of research before we pick a spot that we want to try to put a subdivision in. We got one in particular in Bailey that we're doing now that we projected that we would be selling 3 houses a month. We're selling 7 a month. So the demand is there, and it gives us the 20,000. A lot of people don't want the big yards with the grass and all that stuff to cut. They want to have, this is what they want. Just right on the concrete, walk right into the house and all that stuff. But we do a tremendous amount of research to know that we feel confident. And we feel so confident that we are restricting ourselves to these site-built houses that we're talking about. There will be no mobile homes of any kind or no anything other than what we're saying we're gonna do.
And also additional customer base lowers water rates. Okay, additional customer base will lower water rates.
Do you know what the median house price is? in-
Talk to us, please. Talk to us,
Sorry,
please.
The median, I'm sorry.
No.
The median house price in Edgecombe County? The median house price in Edgecombe County for 2023 is $116,000.
That was a long time ago. And the real estate.
Well, I mean, you
Talk
bump
to
it
us-
up.
talk to us,
You
please.
bump it up, it's not, I mean, you can say now, what, 175,000? And the median, 1 acre of land is, what? You wanna say $4,000? 5,000? 7, 8, 12? But it's not $230,000. So if an individual comes in and does their research, and I can assure you that the income bracket that he's looking at is the income bracket my husband and I are in, they're gonna do their research. And they're gonna see $230,000 to $300,000 when I can buy an acre of land and build my house and not have neighbors. I mean, that is really tempting, because a lot of people build in Edgecombe County for the wide open space. Just saying.
That's a buyer-seller's choice.
Do I?
And-
I live in
Please,
a
please,
cow
please,
pasture.
do you
I'm
have,
happy.
thank you. Anything, anybody else to come? Please come forward, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
My name is John Cotto. I live at 83 Golf Course Drive in Pine Tops. My property is maybe a mile and a half from where this development is going to propose to be built. First off, I researched this, and under R20, it does allow for duplexes and townhomes. So on a 20,000 square foot lot, he could put two units or townhouses. R30 does not permit that. So I sent an email to all of you back before this was brought up the last time, because I couldn't be here. My concerns are, how many more deputies is the sheriff's department going to need? How many more fire companies are we going to need in this county? Right now, we're under rural. We have rural fire departments. That means nobody's there unless something happens. And the traffic at Route 111, I came up here tonight, and when I got to 42 and 111, what they call the triangle there, it is a mess. And I don't see that getting any better when you have another 600 cars getting on that road every day. Where this property is located, it's two rural roads meet. And 111 is a major north-south route in this county. And I live just off of 111. And my development was built in 1998. There are still lots for sale in there under R30. So you may have a plan to sell these lots. But what I don't want to see, number one, if you lose farmland, you lose that forever. Once that topsoil is disturbed, you can never recover that land for farming. This is an agricultural county. This is our main industry. Now, I know industries say they're coming in here, but none of them have showed up yet. Stores are closing. The Rite Aid closed. It was taken over. That closed. And other stores. They just built a Dollar General in Macclesfield. Now, they have it's for rural people, people that live out in the country. That's the only other store in Macclesfield except for a little grocery store in there and a little country store. That's it. So these people have to come to Tarboro that live in there, you know, or you got to go to Wilson. That's your only options for health care, Walmart, gasoline. This is where you have to go. And I've lived in this county for 25 years, and I've loved this county because it's been a reasonable rate of development. This is not reasonable. This is unreasonable. You're going to put 600 cars, probably 1,200 more people in there. And one of my other concerns is that if you have 300 septic systems, that's a tremendous amount of untreated wastewater that's leaching into the soil. It's going to wind up in the creeks. It's going to wind up in the Tar River. And we all know what that does. So I wish you would consider all these things and the people that live around this area, and you would vote, please, not to approve this. Thank you.
Is there anybody else over there to speak? Anybody else to speak? What about in the over? Okay, in the overflow? Anybody in the overflow?
Yes, sir.
To speak? Huh? What did you say?
The ones who weren't going to speak.
Okay. Go right ahead, ma'am.
My name is Deborah Whitlark. I live at 3546 NC 124, right down the road from this property. And just good evening to everyone. I stand here today deeply concerned about the rezoning of the land. While growth and development can bring opportunities, we must be realistic and responsible about the impact changes on the safety and the well-being of everyone who lives in this home place. One of the biggest challenges we face right now is infrastructure, especially our emergency services. They are already stretched thin. The number of people living here and these services that we support, we've expanded our community without strengthening those critical systems, but every single one of us are at risk. I'm not here to criticize anyone, to these dedicated people, because they work tirelessly. But many of them are people that I know. They're my neighbors, even members of our church family. They do their absolute best with the resources that they have. But the sad truth is there's not simply enough of them. And it's not enough of them for the growing command that we're looking at with this housing development. Let me share a recent, very personal example just for a few moments. A few months ago, we had a close family friend. I received a phone call. She was in an emergency situation. She's someone very dear to me. I went to her house. She needed medical attention. We called the rescue squad. It took over 30 minutes for us to get a rescue squad there, because we later found out that it had to come from another town. We later found out that she had a stroke, several strokes, and some things could have been prevented if she had had a little quicker attention. And she stayed in the hospital for 18 days. A lot of complications still now. Thankfully, our loved one's okay. But that delay could have been very devastating. I'm not here trying to blame anyone. The point is that we just don't have the necessary services for the people that are currently living in our area. Our emergency infrastructure is struggling. And adding more homes and more people and more traffic without addressing these issues puts the lives in jeopardy. And rezoning is just irresponsible, and it's dangerous. This community is made up of mostly locals. Most of these people here, their parents were here, then their children, and now their grandchildren. That's what I mean by locals. We work, we shop, and we play in Tarboro, Wilson, Greenville, and Rocky Mount. But we still come back to Macclesfield, that community which we call home. Why? For the peaceful country lifestyle. If we wanted to live in the city, we would be in Tarboro, Greenville, Rocky Mount, where these businesses are. I encourage you community leaders and planners to prioritize the safety and the quality of life of the current residents over rapid development. Let's work together to build a community that grows at a smart rate and not a fast one. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Richard Whitlark. The address is 3546 NC 124W, Macclesfield. Good evening. I'm here tonight because I care deeply about our community, our land, and the way that we live and the relationship with the natural world around us. I understand that development is a part of growth, and I am not against building homes, but the proposal to rezone rural land to allow more housing than currently permitted isn't just about homes. It's about fundamentally changing the character and balance of this area. Let's start with what we have: a peaceful, rural setting, a delicate mix of farmland, forest, and open space. This land isn't empty. It's alive. It's home for deer, foxes, hawks, and countless other species. Rezoning for higher density housing threatens all of that. If fragment habitat disrupts migration paths and puts pressure on already fragile ecosystems. You can't bulldoze woods and expect nothing to be lost. For those of us who live here, well, we owe it to the future generation to protect these resources and maintain the natural character that makes these communities special. More homes mean more cars on narrow rural roads, not designed for heavy traffic. It means added strain on wells, septic tanks, and emergency systems, such as we talked about as fire, rescue, schools, and sheriff's department, that are already being stretched. People invested in this community with the understanding that zoning protections were in place. Changing these protections not only risks lowering nearby property values, it breaks trust with the people who believed in this area. This isn't just a planning issue, it's a value issue. Do we value rural life, self-reliance, open space, and consistent with nature? Or are we willing to trade that away for higher density and short-term profit? I used to live in a housing development. It was a smaller one than what this is, because this one's actually going to be larger than what Macclesfield is as far as number of houses. These are custom homes that I lived in. I was on 1.2 acres lot. And there was always a problem with kids going across the yard, other people's dogs, or someone didn't get along with someone. So I can't imagine what 300 houses, with the number of people who are going to be in those houses and the number of cars in those houses, what kind of problems is going to exist. I urge this board and everyone here to think beyond property lines and permits. Think about the long-term effect on the land, the animals, and the people who call this area home for generations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is anybody else to speak?
Good evening.
Good
My name
evening.
is Brad Hill. I live at 3546 NC 124 West. Mr. Williams pointed out that this new rezoning request is a brand new one, and it's got a condition. But I'd like to point out that the only homes that he stated all along that he would build were single-family stick-built houses. There was no talk about trailers, duplexes, until community public brought up fears of those things. And then it started feeling like he was using that as a tactic against us to maybe make us sway to the R20 side. So this new application gives the appearance of compromise. In reality, it's just restating his original plan that he brought to you months ago. The main concerns remain: increased traffic, road wear, pressure on emergency services, overcrowded schools, stormwater runoff, and no sewer access. There's been some talk tonight about land use plans. It was pointed out that they feel like this fits into Edgecombe County's land use plan. I'd like to take a moment to highlight Macclesfield's land use plan. That plan was published about a year ago. And in that plan, the public was given an opportunity to voice their opinion on what mattered the most to them. And in that plan, I quote, they stated, "Maintain the small town feel." Macclesfield currently has just over 400 residents. Mr. Williams' plan includes 323 home sites, as shown to you this evening. Even if you conservatively figure 2 people per household, that's going to add 646 new residents just outside of town. where no sewer is present and there's limited infrastructure. Even if the homes are built in phases, as he says they will be, the impacts on roads, schools, and emergency services begin immediately, while support systems to handle them lag behind. The county and its taxpayers will be left to deal with those consequences. I know there's a prospect of a lot of people moving into the county, some additional tax dollars, and sure, we'll get property taxes off of those individuals. But I'd also like to point out, if they're working in Wilson at Johnson & Johnson, that's probably where they're going to do their shopping too. So we can't bank on every single dollar from those individuals. R20 zoning should not be granted without the infrastructure to support it. Sewer should be a baseline requirement for dense development like this. Building over 300 homes in a rural area without that infrastructure shifts the burden onto the county and its taxpayers, and that's not responsible planning. It's creating problems that could have been prevented. Mr. Williams says this rezoning request is about making the pieces fit for an interior subdivision. I would argue that he could do that easily today with larger lot sizes and fewer homes. He also said he uses about 20 different house plans. Rezoning to R20 will multiply the repetition of similar looking houses and erase the rural charm of our community. If you visited this area before, you know exactly how out of place that's going to look. Developers are targeting areas like this not because we're growing fast, but because land is cheap and regulations are loose. They can buy farmland, pack in houses, and leave the county to manage the fallout. That's not community-focused growth. It's profit-driven development. Edgecombe County must stand up for smarter planning and long-term value. I would argue that AR30 zoning is not a barrier to growth. As Mr. Tolson said earlier, 200 houses is a compromise for us. Many of us don't want any of those houses in our area, but certainly 200 homes is growth. And if the county's looking for growth, then I think that's a compromise. That supports responsible development, homes with variety on larger lots that respect the land and the community. The Planning Board has now unanimously voted against this twice, and I think that kind of clarity should matter. So I sincerely ask this board tonight to please vote with the community, vote with the Planning Board, vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Robinette, 412 Harris Acres Lane, Pine Tops. I want to start by acknowledging this board's dedication to growing Edgecombe County. Like you, I support reasonable development that strengthens our communities, but this rezoning request from C.T. Williams Corporation is not that. This is the wrong project in the wrong place at the wrong time, and your planning board has now voted twice to deny it based on clear and practical concerns. First, the infrastructure is simply not ready. The most recent traffic data is from 2016 and nearly a decade old. The roads were not built for subdivision level traffic. The addition of 300 homes would bring hundreds of cars, buses, and service vehicles through these rural corridors every day. The estimated cost to bring these roads up to standards between $3 million to $6.5 million, and none of that is paid by the developer. That cost falls on the county, on all of us. Now, we've heard the project will bring in new tax revenue around $1 million annually in property taxes. But when you factor in the costs of expanded emergency services, utilities, law enforcement, and potential school impacts, this project still leaves the county with an annual deficit that could exceed $800,000. We're also told it will boost sales tax revenue. But geographically, the subdivision sits on the edge of the county. These future residents will be commuting, shopping, and spending their dollars in Wilson and Pitt counties. Edgecombe gets the traffic, the wear and tear, and the service demand, but not the benefit. And let's be clear about something else. C.T. Williams is not the home builder. This isn't a single cohesive project with a defined outcome. Mr. Williams' company prepares the land, installs the infrastructure, then puts lots out to bid. builders not present here tonight will take over. That means many of the promises made about design standards, quality, and neighborhood integrity are not guaranteed. Once the land is sold, the project is no longer under local control, and neither is the outcome. This kind of growth is risky, costly, and out of step with the Maxfield land use plan, which calls for a low-density development that preserves rural identity. This rezoning ignores that. It overrides a community's vision with a speculative project that brings more questions than answers. This planning board got it right twice. This project is not ready, this location is not appropriate, and the benefits do not outweigh the burden. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anybody else to speak? I'll get you. Let me let those speak, Barry. Please come about.
My name is Crystal Hill. I live at 3546 NC Highway 124 West Macclesfield. My property connects to this piece of land. As my husband stated earlier, I just want to restate this. What we're looking at today, the only difference is more land, which if you remember the last time we were here, the people said this would happen because this is what's happening in other areas. Developers are going around buying up land and going around and buying up additional land. And once they get one piece of land and get it rezoned like it is, they continue to buy up more and more land. And that's what's happening. Mr. Williams showed us the same exact house plan the first time. And as my husband stated, it feels like a tactic, or I will go as far as to say, it feels slightly threatening that you have to approve this in order to have this stipulation on it and feel like you have to do that for the people, and that the people feel like, oh, we're going to have trailers or whatever it is if we don't side with this. And I don't appreciate that. I mean, honestly, I don't feel like it's good to put you in that position. I don't feel like it's good to put the people in that position. And the bottom line is, I'm still here today saying that I'm against it because if that's what he decides to do, he's got to deal with the fallout. He's the one that stood up here, and it's on video and everything else, and showed what he was planning to build. And if he changes that, then that's on him. We have trailers down the road from us. Those people, I know them. Matter of fact, they feed me at some of the restaurants that I go to, and they're some of the sweetest people that I know. So do not try to threaten us with trailers, because those people are just as good as the people living in $300,000 and $400,000 homes. Now, the next thing is $300,000 and $400,000 homes are not low income. So anyone that's voting for low income, this is not low income at all. This is, our elderly are not going to live in these homes. My grandmother couldn't go buy a $300,000 and $400,000 home. So I'm not sure I understand that at all. It is going to be the size of Macclesfield. Are we here to build another town? If so, maybe we need to have another discussion. We're not here to build another town. We were here to build up the town that we have. That's what we're trying to do, but nobody wants to go in Macclesfield and build that up. We have a economic development team, and they're doing their best to try to, and our council and everything else, they're doing such a great job at trying to build Macclesfield. But this is not building Macclesfield. This is putting another Macclesfield outside of Macclesfield. Another thing, we talked about, I think we stated earlier, someone mentioned about all the businesses that are coming to Tarboro and coming to Wilson. And yes, they are coming, and it is wonderful. It's wonderful growth because the people that are living in Macclesfield now have high-paying jobs that they can go get. But those people, Wilson is building homes just as fast as communities around here are trying to build homes. Matter of fact, they might build them faster than 5 years. So that's where all the people are going to go live, outside of Wilson and outside of Tarboro or outside of Rocky Mount, where they're building these communities. We have something so special here. So special. It is a rural area where people, like people in this room that you're looking at, want to go live. I work in Wilson, and I come back to Macclesfield every single day because I love where I live. I don't want to live in a small community. If I wanted to live in a city, I would have. I used to work in Raleigh. I used to drive back and forth to Cary every day because that's how much I love this area. I'd like to add that if you drive through our community, and I have, and I suggest everybody in this room does, you will see something very special. Over the last 5 years, my home included, beautiful, custom homes are being built. And not all of them have to have tons of acreage, but they are 2 acres or 5 acres or 10 acres or 50 acres or whatever they can afford. And others are being renovated and they're being constructed. There are homes under construction right now that are beautiful custom homes. And I'm not sitting here saying there's 2 of them out there. I'm saying right around the community. I can name a whole lot, more than 2 hands worth that have gone up in the past 5 years. Our little town is growing. It's not growing through massive developments, but in a way that reflects why people come here. For rural, farm life living, for space, for peace, for a connection to land, the land that this country was built on. This is natural growth. It's organic, rooted in heritage, not driven by outside developers or massive rezonings. What's most beautiful about this whole entire thing is the people that are building. Generations, they're coming home. Not because of new developments, but because this community still offers the life that they treasure. That's what's at stake tonight. This community has already spoken, not once, but twice. The planning board has voted unanimously, let me say that again, unanimously, to reject this rezoning request. And yet here we are again. The last council vote ended in a tie. And honestly, many people that live in this area left thinking that that was a done deal. And we know otherwise now, and we understand. And we're back here tonight. People still showed up. That's how important this is. Commissioner Webb was elected to represent this area, and he has made his position clear. And I respect him for that, and I appreciate that. There's also been a town meeting by the developers team, another chance to speak out. And yet again, the majority was no. Even the town land use plan, as my husband mentioned. This is a document that is shaped with public input. It clearly states that maintaining a, quote, small town feel, end quote, is a priority. This isn't an opinion. This is a written policy that is meant to guide these exact decisions that we're having tonight. And to ignore it is to ignore the people and the foundation that the town has committed to. Approving this rezoning sets a dangerous domino effect in motion. It opens the door to more applications, accelerates unwanted change, and makes it harder to say no next time. There will be a next time. There will be a next time. Because the developer before us tonight is already looking at other land, and there are other developers that I am aware of that are looking at other property in our area. This is not about one parcel. It's about the future that we're shaping for our area. At some point, people believe that their words don't matter anymore, that decisions have already been made behind closed doors, and that these meetings are just a formality. If we say that this is a democracy, if we say that public input matters, and show the people before it's too late, before they start choosing to move away, and I know that sounds crazy, but they will. It has happened in other developments like this. Matter of fact, one of my neighbors recently moved here and bought a very nice home to find out that this was happening after he bought the home, and he moved here from another town nearby to get away from this. Unfortunately, he spent money on a house now to just find out that it's right around the corner from him. Growth at the expense of losing residents is not worth it. Too rapid growth can also be a bad thing. I know we want growth, but too rapid can be bad. Let's follow the unanimous recommendation of the planning board. Let's uphold the town land use plan. Let's listen to the people who live here, who work the land, and who call this place home. And let's show them that they still matter. Please vote to deny the application. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, you want to speak? You have a comment?
I was just going to say that I appreciate everybody coming here, but I would please ask people to refrain from making assumptions that are not true about my business plan, about what I do, where I come from, and let's stick to facts, if you don't mind. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Is there anybody, any more comments? Yes, sir, please come forward. I'm winding this down now. I see no more hands. This will be the last speaker. You gonna speak, sir? You'll be the last speaker. That's the last speaker. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name's Greg Hathaway. I'm a resident of Edgecombe County. I live right there next to the action. I'm at 4723 NC 111. And I've been a longtime resident of Edgecombe County. It's always been a rural county, like I've heard. As I've been waiting to come up to speak to you all tonight, a lot of the points I was going to make have already been made, so I'll keep it short, kind of give you a curated list. The biggest thing that I see, obviously, jumping from Macclesfield being, a 300 or so, 500 population community to doubling with this plan, seems like a really big jump. Everything I've ever done, it seems that taking baby steps is the way to go instead of huge steps. And so it seems like it's a setup for disaster anyway. I know we're beyond the point of the initial meetings, and I came in a little bit late, so I'm here for this second round of rezoning consideration. So yeah, I don't think we need 200 houses. I think it needs to be way less than that, but we are where we are. A point that has not been made yet regarding particularly Highway 111 and Highway 42, the traffic right there coming to Pine Tops goes across to, it's the triangle. The gentleman mentioned it earlier, the triangle. It's already potential disaster. I don't know how many accidents have ever been recorded there, but whenever I approach that intersection, it's always a little bit weird because it's at an angle like this. And if you've got more than a few cars coming up, it's like you need a roundabout. And certainly if you add 300 plus homes, you're going to need a roundabout. So I don't know if you put that in the budget on the books, for traffic considerations. And I use AI to do research online, and I'm seeing another $2 million for that. So, and that's just, the only reason I'm bringing that up is I travel that area every day. And so I know that that's going to be a huge consideration. Something else I think may have been mentioned was, 300 plus homes, that are on septic systems. That's a swamp running right through the middle of that right there. My house and Mr. Tolson right here, we live right next door to the action, and there's a swamp that runs right through there. So all the potential concerns with the wastewater and making it into the creeks and the rivers, that's a major concern for us as citizens, and it should be, for everybody in this room. So I give it 2 thumbs down. That's just me. So thank y'all for your time.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
I'll keep it short, hopefully. Basically, like he said.
Your name, please, sir?
Sorry, Preston Lynn, 647 St. Louis Road. Spent a lot of time back there with those, not in those woods that he owns, but near it, to hunt. That's no more the case anymore because of the development. But that's just minor stuff. Me and my wife, if we're not gonna like something coming up behind us, we're gonna give it a fair chance. Me and my wife, we took a Saturday and went and visited his homes. I was not excited about them. I've walked through maybe 5 or 6 of Adam's homes, but it was nice people. The homes were not it. The nicest home they had was the one that they worked out of. Not only that, but the more expensive ones that they had, nearly all the concrete that you can see had foundation cracks. Nobody moves in these houses. And I will correct him on one thing, because he did lie to us and y'all. He said that he does not build a home, if you remember correctly, without being sold first. Well, I asked my wife to ask the young lady inconspicuously, like, if we decided to buy this home, could we buy this today? Oh yeah. Lie number 1.
from both representatives of their homes. We went in the blue tape. With blue tape, you know what that means, correct? A blue tape house is basically with all the flaws, things that I had to go up there and touch up and everything. I'm not a home builder, but I can build anything I can think of, and you know my experience here. It's not quality homes. It's bare minimum inspections passing. They're not good homes. I'm sorry. The Adams homes that we're supposed to be getting, what was referenced in the first meeting, they're not good homes. I have a brother-in-law with inspections, not going to tell which area. He says that, yeah, the roof line, you can see sags. That's from that's bare minimum. $250,000 for something like that is a basic apartment. I don't think it's worth it. Not in our area, at least. $250,000. Yeah, it's, what do you say, 2023 is old news, but I'm looking for wide open spaces. I mean, I'm a burned out citizen. I couldn't make enough money in the county, so I had to go somewhere else. And now I've got a big old town just shoved right up behind me. It's just, you know, one thing after the other for us. And I'm burned out. I don't want to know that citizens are buying overpriced, overinflated houses that I know personally aren't good houses. Foundation cracks on these $300,000 and $500,000 houses, which I guess represent maybe or comparable to the back nine, if y'all are familiar with that. Does anybody travel back nine? Those are those houses that I've seen, foundation cracks with no one in it. Every piece of concrete you can see, sidewalk, driveway, the carport, cracks. I would encourage y'all to go see these houses for yourself. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just opposed to it. Y'all can vote no today, and everybody wins. Like the gentleman said, he's going to build houses. If he wants to put a trailer park up there, hey, you know, put your name behind the trailer park. It is what it is. Leave it at R30. It does not need a town there. It's going to look gaudy, ugly. Nobody wants it. 50 to 1, I think your phone calls were the last time. Nobody wants this thing. We appreciate him taking it, you know, he's an investor. Edgecombe County's been hurting for a long time. But putting a whole town right there in the middle of nowhere where everybody else, you know, you're the cows, farms, tractors. But now you're going to have overpriced homes that may last 10 years, in my personal opinion. It's been all over Facebook with the bad roof. I'm pretty sure he knows about that. But anyways, that's just my concern. We already been lied to in the first place. Both builders, not him, have told me they have these homes for the demand, but there's 5 or 6 homes that no one's lived in. So you're not building homes that are already sold. You're building to fit the demand, but nobody's in there. Just saying. Thank y'all.
At this time, the petitioner, you have an additional thing? This is the last comment we'll have. You go ahead, petitioner.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
About 3 things, right quickly. Like the gentleman that was just speaking, Adams Homes is one of our builders.
What's before this board, Mr. Williams, is a rezoning request. Not, what's before this is a rezoning request, not the builders. The builders are not before this board.
That's right.
Okay? A rezoning request is before this board.
agree, 100%.
So it is not for me to consider who builds. Okay?
I agree.
Okay?
I agree. Thank you,
Okay?
Mr.
So now,
Chairman.
go ahead and make your comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
First, I would say that there's a lot of people here, respected people, but you people represent a lot of people that are not here as well, that might need homes and might have a different opinion than what you see here today. But all these homes are $75 million in tax base would go a long ways to fix the problem some of these people are talking about. And I guess that's where I need to end it at. That's what.
Are there any questions from the board? Go right ahead. You got a question? Go ahead.
Did you get a concise yes or no from the Town of Macclesfield Board of Commissioners?
Yes, ma'am, the lady's here, she'd like to speak. But yes, we got a, commissioners had a, yes, we had a resolution from the Town of Macclesfield that was unanimous voice of affirmative for the subdivision. I thought that was in y'all's packet. And I thought
It is, I brought it up because I'm wondering if the citizens who live there know
Yes, ma'am.
that their town sent a resolution supporting.
Resolution to the board, unanimous consent, unanimous approval of the commissioners of the county, of the town, the board, town commissioners.
And this is a request, not necessarily for the town. This is a request for the territory, for that outside of the town, their Macclesfield jurisdiction. This is within our zoning jurisdiction. So we appreciate that resolution from the town. Do you have anything else to comment?
Any other questions? No, sir.
Any other questions?
I got one question.
Go right ahead, go right ahead.
Mr. Williams, is it possible that you could build in the AR 30 but restrict it to only stick-built homes?
No. We'd have to look at it and all that stuff. We focused our attention, our money, and our dollars with the engineer and spent a lot of money with these people.
I understand.
To get R20. And that's where we want to stand at this time.
I understand.
Any discussion? Is there a at this time, is a motion to adjourn the public hearing? I'm adjourning the public hearing. Are we adjourning the public hearing? At this time,
Mr. Chairman, can I make one point of clarification?
go ahead, please,
regarding-
please do. Please do.
You have in your packet, Mr. Spell provided the copy of the review criteria for, it's a page that looks like this, page number 59. That is section 2.3.5G. I think the memo referenced earlier mentioned 2.3.7G, and I believe that's the conventional rezoning. So you have the right ordinance in front of you, but I just want to make sure we're clear on the references. 2.3.5G for that review criteria.
Any discussion from the board or comments from the board?
I got a comment. I guess I'll make the comment.
Go right ahead.
We live in a 507 square mile area with 40,000 people. Our population has dropped dramatically over the last 10 years. I understand what everybody here has said tonight, and I agree with about what everybody has said, whether you're for it or against it. But there is no way that we can continue on without developing and getting business here and growing areas. If not your area, it's going to be somebody else's. I just recently had 17 homes built in my area, in the West Edgecombe area. They were priced from $250,000 to $350,000. I said, they'll never do it. They won't sell them. They sold all 17 of them. Don't necessarily think that you're going to be in a losing end of the battle when it comes down. I understand you don't want population. And I'm speaking to everybody and anybody that lives in Edgecombe County, because we all going to have to consider this in the future. And we have worked hard over 20-some years to get somebody to Kingsburg, and whether you believe it or not, it's coming. I can't tell you that this one's going to be there, but I'm telling you, it's coming. We just don't spend the time and money we've spent to do that. The other side is everybody wants their taxes cut, but they don't want growth. You can't have both things. You just cannot do it. So, you know, we all have our angle, we all have our emotions, we all have it all involved. I have 3 children. They don't even live in Edgecombe County anymore. They're professionals and they went to other larger places. Farming is gone. The only farmer left are large farmers. We have to live up to some of that. That's the way it's going to be. But I would just say to you, you see my name, you can contact me later, not tonight, because all of us want to go to sleep sometime and get up tomorrow. But I would like to hear your ideas on what can be done to help us. And I'm talking about Edgecombe County. I'm not talking about Macclesfield. I know you folks in Macclesfield love Macclesfield. I spoke with Mr. Webb about this. But the bottom line is, do you want to live in the future for children and grandchildren, an area that is just simply underdeveloped? And you guys know it, you live there. You go downtown, and I know you think it's great because there's not a lot of traffic and there's not a lot of things. But how are we ever going to have a decent grocery store? How are we ever going to have a decent gas pump? How are we going to ever have anything very decent in any area if we don't have some population to support it? We have some of the most valuable land in the southeastern part of the United States sitting at Kingsburg. And the same thing that you're talking about, people driving to Wilson and driving to other towns, they drive here to work. Some people already do that. You need to look at some of the statistics for people that travel from county to county to work. Sorry. I feel for you. I'm going to vote in your favor. But you are voting for your own future. And not only you, but anybody that comes to Edgecombe County, they're voting for their own future. If they do not want growth, so be it. I can't go against the planning board myself that's voted twice. But I think it's time we all consider not just us, but what's going to happen in the next 25 or 35 years. Are we going to continue to diminish in population? Are we going to continue to raise taxes? Are we going to continue to provide less service for more money? Because if we don't get business, if we don't get people, if we don't get population, we have a doomed effort going on. That's just the way it is. It's not because I say it, it's a fact. So when you think about these things, if you want to contact me, some of you I know, I've seen, my children grew up with your children. I would love to talk to you, not about what we do here tonight or what we're going to do here tonight or don't do here tonight. I'd simply like to get some ideas from some people that say, well, hey, I see what you're saying, and I think if we looked at this, it might help, or it might not help, or whatever. But we can't go anywhere without everybody going with us. And to have pockets and pockets and pockets. And let's be honest, when you go through Macclesfield, I go through there a lot with my business. Look what's happened. Your restaurant's gone, your grocery store is going. I understand what you're saying. There's a bunch of people coming. But I thought the same thing when they built around my house, and that's only 17 houses. I'm not trying to blow this out of proportion. But I was very surprised at the people it brought and the kind of house that it brought. And I was very surprised how fast they sold them. And I have a business in Wilson, and I'll tell you, a lot of businesses survive for people coming to live in areas. And y'all know that. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. But we've got to have homes if we're going to have industry. We've got to have industry if we're going to survive. We've just got to have it, and we've got to have growth. So again, contact me if you have an idea or you want to sit down and talk. I'll be glad to talk with anybody, anytime, anywhere. We're looking for answers just like you're looking for answers. Unfortunately, we all have to get to a point that our answers may be moving in the same direction and not so far apart from each other. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other board comments?
One of the things I wanted to say, I heard a lot about EMS, and we know as the population grows that we will have to improve EMS. Everybody knows that. And DOT will be the ones making sure that, because counties don't do roads, so that would be DOT who will be maintaining roads. And as he said, nobody wants anything different, but we cannot grow without change. People are always afraid of change. Who's going to be living there? Somebody that wants to have a good life just like you do. So we're hoping with new jobs, we've got to have somewhere for people to live. And we don't want everybody to have to live in a different county when we're trying to bring the jobs to Edgecombe County. So we want people to live here as well.
Any other board member?
I just wanted
Go
to
ahead, please, Mr. Thorne.
clarify one thing. I think it was kind of clarified, but in the agenda package is a resolution unanimously approved by the town of Macclesfield. And so that point was brought up by several members, but the full board of Macclesfield unanimously approved this and put it in the agenda packet to be included in this zoning request. So just wanted a point of clarification there.
No, ma'am, no.
R20 or an R30?
I'll answer if you're, okay. What it says, and we can get you a copy of it if you want, but whereas the Town of Macclesfield Board of Commissioners have reviewed and discussed the proposed development on NC 111 South near Macclesfield.
That would be nice for the citizens.
Just because the point was made by several people in the audience that Macclesfield did not support it, it was a part of our agenda packet, and I think it was important that it was presented.
And I'm glad that point was also made. And thank the commissioner for the comments, but I think, even based on what I heard from some of the opposition gives me reason to support it, because all of the things that they've stated will be addressed. You know, and I think the change is coming. And I think this board, tonight, we have that opportunity for that change. And based on the review criteria as follow, the proposed conditional rezoning advances public health, safety, and welfare. And the proposed conditional rezoning for the proposed location is consistent with the purposes, goals, objectives, and policies of the county's adopted policy guideline expressed in the 2014 comprehensive plan based on the following reason. It increases housing options and it enhances economic growth potential. And the proposed conditional rezoning is reasonable in the public interest. And the concept plan associated with the conditional rezoning is consistent with our unified development ordinance. Therefore, I make a motion to approve the conditional rezoning application for Mr. C.T. Williams. Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
It's been second. All in favor of the motion that's made and second, please let it be known by raising your right hand. You in favor? You raise your hand? It approves that we have 4. All opposed, please raise your right hand. The motion passes 5-2. The rezoning request is passed. Okay. We'll take a slight recess here because some of the people might want to leave and other people from the overflow might want to come in. Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews, some of the people from the, you going over? Yes. Yeah, some of the, okay. Yeah.
Bring a little color.
I'd call the meeting back to order. We have public hearing number 2. This is discuss proposed 2025-26 fiscal budget. Public hearing is called to order. Mr. Peters, would you please read the public notice?
Yes, sir. Notice is hereby given that the Edgecombe County Board of Commissioners will conduct a public hearing on Monday, June 2nd, 2025, at 6:00 p.m. for the purpose of receiving citizen comments or input on the proposed 2025-2026 fiscal year budget. Citizens interested in reviewing the proposed budget may do so by visiting the Edgecombe County website at www.edgecombecountync.gov. A copy will also be available for viewing in the Edgecombe County Manager's Office, in the County Administration Building, 201 St. Andrews Street, Suite 402, Tarboro, North Carolina, 27886. Citizens who wish to address the board on this matter may do so at the meeting during the public hearing. Citizens may also submit their comments via email to publiccomments@edgecombco.com or by mail to Tammy Faison, Clerk to the Board, P.O. Box 10, Tarboro, North Carolina, 27886. All written comments received by 5:00 p.m. on Friday, May 30th will be read at the meeting. Tammy Faison, Clerk to the Board.
Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. So I will, to the board, in your agenda packet, you'll see that there is a budget message, which is typical customary format. We, county managers, present the budget, proposed budget, for the benefit of the board, but as well as the public that are here tonight and those who are watching to get a good overview of the proposed budget. You'll see that I'm sharing that with you in presentation format. So first I want to say that in all that we do, but especially in us crafting our budget, that we make sure that we pay attention to our vision for the county. Some of you may be aware that we have what we call a two-sided vision statement. One side faces our citizens, which says that Edgecombe County is a historic place that values its citizens and natural resources and creates opportunities where people are proud to live, work, and play for generations to come. The other side of our vision statement faces inward towards us as an organization. And that side of our vision statement states, Edgecombe County values its employees so that it can be an organization committed to providing exceptional services to our citizens through an innovative, passionate, and creative team devoted to excellence, integrity, and transparency for the continued growth of our county and staff. Not only is the budget preparation process guided by our vision, but it's also guided by our mission. Many of you have heard us talk before about our initiative called Getting Off the List. Unfortunately, we have a wonderful county, but we do have some statistics that we need to pay attention to, and we need to do as best as we can to improve our position on those lists. I share the picture of our former county manager, Mr. Lorenzo Carmen, because Mr. Carmen used to always say, I'm sick and tired of being at the top and bottom of those bad lists. So we thank Mr. Carmen for the legacy that he left with us and our organization, for building our organization's capacity so that we can take on such an initiative. And so really this budget is about seeing how we can better serve today while planning for tomorrow. Our objectives, or my objectives for the presentation tonight, is to first review our budget priorities, to share key budgetary challenges, to give an overview of the proposed budget, to show our investment in the county's future, and to summarize what this budget accomplishes. Just for our citizens to be aware that our budget preparation process is a very long process. It actually starts at our board's annual retreat that takes place in March. At that retreat, we both look at the year behind us to see what we have accomplished, but we also gather feedback from our commissioners to hear what their priorities are. No matter where, what county that you're in, no county has unlimited resources, and so we have to make difficult decisions. And so we want to make those decisions in light of the priorities that the Board of Commissioners that you all have elected have identified for us. Next in the process is we have individual meetings with all of our department heads. We have 18 departments, and we meet with all of our department heads. We also meet with some of our outside agencies. Certainly we give open invitation to any of our outside agencies that we fund but we in particular have discussions with our larger outside agencies. After that, our board, we have a budget committee, and this budget committee has met 3 times to discuss this budget, to look at the initial components of the draft, to give us, the staff, additional direction. I would like to recognize our budget committee members. Chairman of our budget committee is Mr. Donald Boswell. I want to thank him for his leadership on that committee. Also, Commissioner Dr. Evelyn Powell is on that, as well as Commissioner Ralph Webb, and we thank them for their service on that. They have been with us along the way in this very challenging process. Next is our board has a budget work session that we held a couple of weeks ago. Some of you may have seen that. We've showed that live on YouTube as we do our commissioner meetings. Then, of course, tonight we are having our required but necessary public hearing. I will note, just in case you were wondering, it is not the board's plan to adopt the budget tonight. It has been our board's practice to hold the public hearing tonight, but to give themselves some time, decide if they hear from you and they decide if they want to make any changes or adjustments, they want to give themselves the opportunity to do that. So right now, it is planned that we will have a second meeting this month on June the 23rd to adopt the budget. It does have to be adopted before the end of the fiscal year, which is June 30th. So next, I want to talk about our priorities. Now, before we talk about what's a priority, we always have to remind ourselves the reason that we exist as a county. I'm sure everybody has an opinion about county government, whether you think it's good, bad, or indifferent. Maybe sometimes you like us, sometimes you don't. But we exist for a reason, and the reason that we exist, we're created by the statutes of the state of North Carolina. We are here to serve our citizens. You can see the different categories of funding or services that include human services, public safety, public works, education, and a number of other county services. We keep this in front of us throughout the budget process because sometimes we might get a little excited about a special initiative or a new project, something that we want to invest in, but we always have to come back to center, and center is we have to provide these services to you. That's the reason why we exist. But even in light of the services that we provide on a daily basis, our board a couple of years ago at their retreat identified priorities. Those priorities included our staff compensation, education, law enforcement, and public safety. Then at this year's retreat, they added to that list, at least for particular consideration with building the FY26 budget. And that includes equipment for our solid waste department, for us to evaluate our assets and look for efficiencies, to analyze our immediate and future budget drivers, and to use debt strategically. Now, our budget objectives, so staff and I, as we work on the budget as individual departments work on their budget, and we at the executive level work on the collective budget, our objectives as we are working on this budget is to let the budget reflect our priorities, to minimize fund balance appropriated, to address critical capital needs and obligations, to make budget decisions with economic trends and forecasts in mind, to follow our fiscal policies, and that we make sure that we take care of obligations over aspirations. And that simply means we have to make sure that if we have something we really like to do, we can't do that at the expense of something that we have to do. And so we keep those things in mind as we're working on our budget. So key budget challenges. I debated with myself for a great while whether or not I wanted to show this slide. I am running the risk of getting too deep into the weeds. But number one, in the spirit of transparency, and number one, to help you all understand the mission and part of the challenge that we have in crafting this budget, is there are some critical numbers that we have to keep in mind. Now, some of you, maybe your eyesight is not, my eyesight is not what it used to be. I'm only able to see it because I've got it in front of me. But that first number at the top right, where you see the category at the left, it says the starting fund balance. This is a fund balance analysis. Think of this like a reserve account, or a savings account. It is money that is set aside, that is designated for certain purposes. And so at the end of FY '24, our total fund balance was, you'll see there, $31.6 million. That's total fund balance. That is some things that are set aside for specific reasons, other things that are just in our fund balance, but not particularly designated for anything in particular. That number is important for us, and I'll explain to you why. We have to try to determine for the current fiscal year that we're in, how much of that fund balance do we expect to spend? How much are we going to have to dip into that savings account to cover our budget from the beginning of the fiscal year to the end? That number that you see, it is an estimate. It is a very informed estimate, but it is an estimate. It is saying that we potentially will spend out of that savings account, if you will, just under $5 million. So if we spend it out of savings account for this fiscal year, it's not available next fiscal year. So again, please don't take these numbers to the bank in the sense that this is where we will end. These are projections. But you'll see that next number of projected fund balance. So if we had 31.6 and we spend just under 5, that leaves us 26.7 million. There are certain categories within that savings account where that money is sort of designated. The first one is non-spendable. That could be money that we hold in trust or some custodial, that we can't spend it on anything else. We've got to designate it there, and it's got to be available for that particular purpose. The next one is called stabilization by state statute. The state of North Carolina requires that if we've got receivables, let's say if there are sales tax that we expect to get for that fiscal year, but it has not come in yet, we count that, but we can't spend it until we get it. So that has to be set aside in this fund balance. It could be other things. It could be grant funds. Oftentimes we get grants and it is on a reimbursement basis. We might get granted $10 million to do some infrastructure project. We spend the money up front. We get reimbursed from the state or whatever the source might be. At the end of the fiscal year, we may have spent the money but have not yet received it back. We cannot count that money to be available to spend if we have not gotten it back. So it reserves those kinds of things in that category. Then the next category says revaluation reserve. As you know, every 8 years, we have to do a total revaluation of all the properties in the county. That is a very expensive process, as you would imagine. Because it is so expensive, we set aside money every year into our reserve account or into our fund balance, and we hold it there so it's available when that time comes. So after you look at the 26.7 estimated, we set aside all these other lines for those reasons. Then we look at what might be available. That next to the last line, $10.6 million and some change. This budget for FY26, we are proposing to take out of that reserve and to put it in our budget to spend for next year. Now, I will tell you that we have never spent as all that we have budgeted from fund balance. But if we budget it, we have to assume it could be spent, right? And so then that brings us down to that last number, that 7.2 million. That means if we end the current fiscal year as we are estimating, that means if we budget this fund balance appropriation, and if we were to spend it all, though it's highly unlikely that we will, then that will leave us just over $7 million in that reserve that's not designated for something else. We have to be very mindful of that number. We try to make sure that there is at least 8%. This number would put us right at 8% of our operating budget. We don't want it to be that low. Our board actually has a policy where we want it to be at least at 15% with a target of 20%. Again, I know I'm getting into county budgeting probably more than you ever wanted to, but the reason I'm showing you this is because as I go through the rest of the budget and I tell you what we plan to spend money on and maybe what we're not going to spend money on, the reason we can't just give to every good thing out there is because these numbers put us in a box, okay? We have to be mindful of where this lands us. And I will tell you that $10.6 million in fund balance appropriation is relatively high for us. We are stretching to get there. I feel very confident in recommending this budget to be adopted to our board. The board, they've had a chance to hear this from me before, but the reason that we can't just add on much more than this is because we are at that number. This could potentially put us down to that 8%. Now, here is, if that was county budgeting 101, this is county budgeting 102. We operate on what is called fund accounting. So we have different funds. These are on this picture here shows 5 different funds. We actually have a few more than that. But these are the main funds. If you think of general fund as the biggest budget, that is our main fund. That is all of our operations for just about all of our departments. You'll see that arrow coming in. That's where property tax, sales tax, permits, most of our revenue comes into that bucket. And from that, we pay salaries, we pay the light bill, we provide services, we do a lot of things. Another one of our funds is our health department. We have a wonderful health department. We are required by the county to provide public health services. There's a long list of services that we have to provide. We can't say, oh, we just don't want to do that, or we don't have the money to do that. We have to provide it. So though you see an arrow coming into that bucket, the health department does receive funding from the state, federal government. We bill insurance and Medicaid for some of our services, but all that we get coming in, it is not enough to fill that bucket. So we also have to appropriate money from the big bucket, general fund. Same way with the Department of Social Services. That is by far our largest department. We serve more people through that department than any of our other departments. There are programs and services that we are required to provide. Some of those services, we get some help from the state and or federal government to help us cover the administrative costs, but not 100% of it. That's why you see there's money coming in, that little arrow from state and federal sources, but we also have to put money from general fund into the social service. Then the other 2 buckets, we have what we call enterprise funds. We provide water and sewer in a good part of our county. Just about all of our county is covered in water. A good part is covered in sewer service. You will see that there's a small arrow coming into it, but there's not an arrow coming from general fund. That is because water and sewer, we generate enough revenue from our fees for that service to cover all of the costs. So that's a good thing. Solid waste is another enterprise fund that we have. As you know, we have 9 convenience sites. We have a transfer station where we get municipal solid waste or household trash that's then put on a trailer and sent to a regional landfill. We also have a C&D landfill there on Colonial Road. And unfortunately, that enterprise does not generate enough revenue to cover all of its costs. It is a very expensive service to provide, but a very necessary service. So we have to take funds out of our general fund to put in there. So you've graduated from county budgeting 101 and 102. So overview of the budget. So our tax rate proposed for FY26 is no change. It will still, the recommendation is still be at 89 cents per $100 in value. 1 cent generates approximately $445,000. The total budget proposed for FY26 is $82,664,851. This is a change from the current year's original budget of just under $2 million, or a 2.5% increase. The fund balance appropriation, as I showed you that just on that chart just a moment ago, the total fund balance appropriation is a little over $10.6 million, and that is up from this current year's original fund balance appropriation of over $8.1 million. So let's talk about our revenues. Our 2 primary revenue sources are property taxes, which equates to about 56% of our operating revenues, and the other is sales tax, which is about 16%. As I mentioned, our tax rate is 89 cents per $100 in value. We have an estimated collection rate of 96% for real property and 100% for motor vehicles. In other words, of all the people that owe property taxes in that first year, we anticipate we'll collect 96% of that. Ultimately, we collect pretty close to all of it over a 10-year period. We generally anticipate collecting 100% of motor vehicle taxes. That's because of the tax and tag. You can't get your registration unless you pay your taxes. Our projected revenues are a little over $38 million, but we're being conservative just in case it does not go as well, just in case we don't collect 96%. We are being conservative and estimating that to be $37.4 million. So that is part of our budget for next year. For sales tax, though the current year-to-date sales tax revenues are expected to at least meet the budget, they are below what we collected at the same time last fiscal year. Therefore, we have budgeted total sales tax revenues flat for FY26 for a total of $10,400,000. I do want to note to the board, some of you are already aware, the budget committee members are already aware, when I presented this at your work session a couple of weeks ago, we had actually taken that back by overall a total of $500,000. We have revisited that. I think we feel confident that we will at least meet that conservative budget. Again, we likely will collect more than that this year, but we are being conservative. But I want to stress to the board, because ultimately the board will have to vote on this budget, that with all projections, it is a Ms. Barfield, and I want to recognize our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Linda Barfield, who has been the tip of the spear in preparing this budget and has done a fantastic job. Ms. Barfield uses the phrase often, I borrow it from her, a calculated risk, right? We're taking a calculated risk. We are estimating, we're hopeful, keep going to Walmart and Dollar General in the store, spending money so we can get sales tax, but things could change and go the other way. I note we have many revenue lines. I certainly won't go over all of those, but a couple of notes, other notes I want to mention is inmate housing. That has been something that our board has looked closely at in talking with our sheriff, Sheriff Clee Atkinson, over the last few years. Sheriff Atkinson used to house federal inmates, but based on some of his concerns at the time, some turnover in staff, he felt like that he needed to more so focus his attention on in-county inmates and not housing federal inmates. And our board certainly understood, we understand that position, but it did dramatically cut down our revenue from that. You'll see currently our in current fiscal year is running below budget, so we've increased the budget by $80,000. In FY26, the budget is $200,000. Emergency medical service, that was brought up in the previous public hearing. We do have full-blown EMS operations here in the county that used to be provided by an outside entity, but we brought that in-house back in 21, I believe it was. We are expecting our EMS revenues to make budget for this year. We are reviewing our fee schedule, but we have budgeted that flat, again, for another $3 million. As a note, we do not collect all that it costs us to run EMS in this county. I don't know any county that collects enough from those fees to run EMS. Because our EMS, they're going to come to get you when you call them, whether you have a way to pay us or not, right? That's what we do. And so, but we are happy to provide that service. Investment income is another revenue line that we have had right much discussion about. You know, when you have millions of dollars that sit in an account for some period of time, and all of you are aware that over the last 2 or 3 years that the interest rates have been higher than they were before. One of the good things is that we generate more interest income from that. So our interest income has far exceeded the FY25 budget due to economic uncertainty. We are budgeting that conservatively for FY26. Again, I want to pause to point that out to our board. You will remember that when I presented this at your work session at the time, we were planning to budget $500,000. We have revisited that. Still conservative from what we've collected last year and have collected this year, but we have increased that budget from when we last talked about it. So let's talk about expenditures. By far our largest expenditure, are the people that serve you. They love you, they love serving you, but they don't love you enough to work for free. So we have to pay them, and we have to pay them as best as we can to keep them from going to other counties. So, some of the budget considerations that we had to wrestle with in preparing this budget as it relates to personnel is, first of all, a compensation plan. How do we continue to improve on the competitiveness of our compensation plan? If we can't catch the pack, can we at least not fall further behind? Our competition primarily are the counties that surround us, but not just the counties that surround us. We implemented a new compensation plan 2 years ago. It cost us a lot of money to do that, but it helped us to improve on our turnover rate. But we're still behind the market that's around us. And so we have to consider, can we, if not catch up to it, at least can we not fall further behind? As it relates to benefits and wellness, we have a very competitive benefits and wellness package. But with our claims running high, can we maintain that competitive edge? And third, staffing. Some department heads have demonstrated a need for additional staffing, but with such a tight budget, how can we take on new positions when we need to continue to hold some positions in reserve? And I'll talk about that a little bit more in just a second. As I mentioned, we implemented an overhaul of our compensation plan in FY24. Market study was completed, and we updated and restructured our compensation plan. Our pay scales were elevated, and existing staff received increases. We did a phase 2 of the compensation plan in this fiscal year. Our deputies were sheriff staff received 10%, and the remaining staff 5%. We've also continued to implement what we call credential incentives and strategic use of pay scales to hire and retain. For the FY26 budget, we do have included here a cost of living increase of 2%. This closely tracks the Consumer Price Index from July of 24 to April 25. The cost to implement is approximately $684,000, including benefits. Again, I want to pause to point out to our board, when we presented this at our budget work session, we originally did not have this included, but we have since added that to the budget. Our support of the compensation plan has been a wise investment. It has cost the county, but it's been a wise investment because when we have lower turnover, that equals to better services. It has helped us to address critical vacancies and reducing critical issues. And employees want to stay where they are valued. So certainly we feel like we've got more work to do with our compensation plan, but we are grateful for what we've been able to do in the last couple of years. Our health and wellness program, we are self-insured, for those of you who may not know. Therefore, our costs are driven by our claims. We are not in a pool with another county. We are not part of the state insurance plan. Our costs are totally driven by our claims. And so due to an increase in our claims in the last 3 years, we are again increasing our premiums by 6%, and that's a total cost of approximately $375,000. For our board, you'll remember that we had a 6% increase last year as well. Other health benefits, and there are no changes in this, but we continue to offer our HSA option. The board provides, or the county provides, $750 in an HSA account for our staff who elect to have the high deductible plan. We provide dental and vision. We offer an annual screening, and for those who participate in the annual screening, the $50 per month premium is waived. We also offer a chronic disease and weight management program that our staff can participate in. We also will continue to offer our wellness incentive. We've been doing that for several years now. So $250 wellness incentive is given to employees who meet the waist circumference standard or improve by weight or waist by 5%. Again, no changes in that. There were 9 full-time equivalents, as I mentioned a moment ago, some additional positions that were requested by some of our departments. In fact, 9 departments requested new positions. 9 new positions were requested by 5 of our departments. I believe there is justification for adding these positions as they would improve service provision and advance the mission of the county. However, we're not in a financial position to add any new positions at this time. I do recommend to the board that we leave the door open and allow ourselves to reconsider that in the future. Just as we did last year, we are putting some of our vacant positions in reserve. These are positions that we believe for ultimate service provision. You'll remember that slide I showed you a few slides ago. The reason we exist is to provide services. We believe that we really need to fill those positions if we can. We've closely analyzed that, and you'll see in those three departments, we've tended to have these, at least these vacancies in those departments. And so in order to help minimize that fund balance appropriation number that I showed you earlier, we are putting these positions in reserve. We don't call it eliminating the position because we do want to have the opportunity to come back and potentially revisit adding those positions in the budget. I will note to the board, and I mentioned this at the work session, it includes the same departments except last year we put some positions in the sheriff's office, detention in particular, in reserve. I believe there were 5 positions. As I mentioned to you at the budget work session, what we found was that they've got to have coverage on those shifts regardless. So if we don't allow them to fill those positions, that just means the existing staff are having to work a lot more overtime. So instead of putting those 5 positions in reserve, we budgeted for those, but we've gone and pulled back the budget for the overtime line accordingly. Capital outlay. So as an overview of our capital outlay in FY26, this budget includes a minimal appropriation for new capital outlay. What we have budgeted are ongoing installments on previously purchased capital totaling $176,894 from general fund. Now, I'm speaking of capital purchases for the county itself. We do make an appropriation to the school system, for example, for annual capital, but this is for the county, county operations. We are considering the strategic use of debt to meet some of our critical needs and to leverage the North Carolina needs-based school capital funds for a major project at North Edgecombe High School and to preserve cash flow. We propose the use of county debt, of the county's debt capacity. I will direct the board's attention. You do have a spreadsheet at your table there. You've seen this format before. Whereas when we met the last time, we originally did not include any purchase of annual capital except for those installment payments that I mentioned. What we have done is I've gone back, and you'll see that line that says possible financing number 2. I've gone back and except for large format printer in tax office, the rest of those are vehicles. And so you'll see that we're proposing to purchase some vehicles through financing. So I'll go to the next slide. So I want to note that debt service for these projects are not expected to begin until FY27. So all of the borrowing that we have been talking about doing, we anticipate the payback of that to not start until the following fiscal year, FY27. So it does not impact FY26. But just, for everyone's, understanding and knowing the direction that we're going in, we're looking at facility improvements, total a little over $2.4 million. Vehicle purchases, $1.3 million. That includes 16 vehicles, 1 ambulance, and then that 1 piece of equipment in the tax office that I mentioned. We're looking at solid waste equipment, $725,000, and also meeting the 5% match requirement for the North Edgecombe School Capital Project. For those of you in the audience who might not be aware, Edgecombe Schools and Edgecombe County jointly have been awarded $64 million for a capital project on North Edgecombe campus that will consolidate schools, that will include Coker Wembley and Phillips consolidating on that one campus. One of the requirements of that funding is the county has to provide 5% match. So that equates to about $3.2 million. We are doing our due diligence to look at what it will cost us to borrow that money, and then if we have the debt capacity to be able to handle that. So to that point, I'll go to the next slide. Why would we consider issuing more debt? Debt is a normal part of doing business for a county. I can't think of any county that does not have some debt. We have debt already. It's just part of what we do. But we try to be very thoughtful before we add any new debt. And so, first of all, we consider the need, though we have addressed many critical needs in our facilities and with equipment, ongoing needs demand our attention. Key debt policies, our board has certain policies that they adopted some years ago. We have ran the analysis on that, and we've seen that we can take on additional debt and remain within our key debt policies, and that includes our 10-year payout, debt to assessed value ratio, and debt service to expenditures ratio. And also, and probably the more, I guess the more important thing perhaps is that we do have some step downs in our current debt structure that opens up some cash flow capacity to take on additional debt. You'll see there on the slide, we expect our debt service to go down over to $600,000 in FY26, another $800,000 in '27, 200 and some thousand in '28. So over the next 3 years, a total of $1.7 million, our debt service will go down. So that gives us some cash flow to be able to take on some additional debt. We don't want to borrow it just to be borrowing it, but these are things that are critical and necessary for the operation of the county and the service we provide. Agency funding overview. Overall, we received requests from outside agencies totaling over $21 million. Our total budget proposed in the FY26 budget is $15,579,124. It is a usual thing that we get more requests than we're able to satisfy in the budget. This year, the request that we received was higher than usual, but right now the budget includes a little over $15.5 million total for all of the outside agencies. All total, the total change for outside agency funding is actually going down just a little over $2,000. Essentially, we're at flat funding for our outside agencies. Again, I want you to remember that spreadsheet that I showed you at the very beginning. In making these very difficult decisions, we have to see what those numbers could potentially be. Just as a note, our largest, our top 5 funding recipients, you'll see Edgecombe County Schools by far is the largest recipient, largest outside agency that we fund, $11.6 million. Edgecombe Community College, Nash County Schools. As you know, there are still Edgecombe County students that are in Nash County Schools that are in the process of transitioning to Edgecombe County Schools. Edgecombe Library and Caroline's Gateway Partnership. Those are our 5 largest funding recipients, outside agencies. I showed you those buckets earlier. I talked about 2 of those buckets being our enterprise funds. These are types of funds that account for activities that charge users for goods and services. The goal of the enterprise fund is to be self-sustaining and not rely on tax revenues or transfers from the general fund. As I mentioned earlier, water and sewer, we are at a place where it does support and sustain itself. Unfortunately, solid waste does not. When we are deciding what our rates should be, we have to balance between charging enough for those services to try to cover the cost of providing those services, but we try to also be mindful of the burden that we push onto the users of those services, which are primarily you, our citizens. So in solid waste, the cost of operating solid waste continues to exceed the revenues generated. The contract for transport and disposal of solid waste to the regional landfill is increasing by 5.2%. We propose to increase the municipal solid waste tipping fee from $75 a ton to $79 a ton, and the household solid waste fee from $125 to $150. In water and sewer, the revenues continue to cover expenditures. We just learned, and again, board, this is something new from what we reported at the budget work session because we just found this out. We just learned that our 2 suppliers, who are Rocky Mountain and Tarboro, will have rate increases. We are evaluating our recommended changes in rates, and we'll present that at your June 23rd meeting. I will note for those of you who may have gone online to see my budget message, that has not yet been updated, so I want to make sure that I pointed that out because we just learned that in the last couple of days. So with all of that, at the very beginning of the presentation, I talked about we have to balance between making sure that we provide the service day-to-day that you need on a day-to-day basis. But at the same time, we try as much as we can, as much as we can afford to and are able to, we try to at least have one eye looking towards the future. As I mentioned, our Getting Off the List initiative, many of you have been in meetings, you've heard us talk about this before, some of you are on maybe one of our advisory boards. We continue to work to impact our four focus areas, which are affordable and safe housing, health equity, education and workforce, and youth and families. We are working to create better support structures for those already doing work in these areas and strategically invest in our resources so that over time that we will get off of those lists. What our board decided to do last year, and we're doing, or this current year, and we will plan to do in next fiscal year, is that for what we call our discretionary funding for outside agencies. Now, what we provide to Edgecombe Schools, Edgecombe Community College, and a few others, we are required by state law to provide that funding at some level. So that's not discretionary. But then, you know, over the years, we've had many nonprofits that our board has invested in, sometimes small amounts. We've had nonprofits we've given $500 to, some we've given thousands of dollars to. What our board decided to do last year was, or this current fiscal year is our first year, we decided to be more strategic in the use of that outside agency discretionary funding. So instead of just opening broad and wide, whoever so will come and ask for this money, we put out a request for proposal and said, we want proposals from agencies and organizations who are specifically doing work in one of those four focus areas. So we received those proposals before the beginning of this current fiscal year. We reviewed those, made recommendations, and we have funded up to $25,000 per proposal. This current year, I think we're funding 9 of those. You'll see in this slide, we have, again, budgeted that $200,000 block, which is what we have this year. We've had no change in that, no proposed change. We have put out a request for proposals, and we've received 24, 25 proposals, I believe, that we will be reviewing. We have a committee that will review those and come back and make recommendations to our board after the start of the fiscal year. Also, with an eye looking towards the future, we have an initiative we call Edgecombe Works. It's a broad initiative, and it is focused on trying to help us overcome one of those lists in particular, and that is, unfortunately, we have one of the highest unemployment rates in the state. And so we want to make more strategic investments to help people get the skills that they need so that they can get the job that they want. So this current year is our second year doing this, I believe. We're looking to do this again next fiscal year, but we have these suite of programs, if you will, called Edgecombe Works. It includes the Promise program. That is a scholarship program that's administered by Edgecombe Community College. This is our second year doing that. It's been very popular. And so it helps our residents to get training that otherwise they might not be able to afford. It's also a program called Earn As You Learn. That's actually a training program that was primarily created for our staff so that they can get training, but it's also available to the public. We pay for training for our staff where they can get training in certain credential-related areas while they are employed by us. There's also the Edgecombe Works Academies program. Academies in the community college world is that they stack individual credentials together. If it's 96 credit hours, they can call it an academy. The community colleges do all kinds of academies. They have created for us 2 academies in particular. One is called the Office Skills Academy. So we've had 2 rounds of our employees to go through that training program. And now they've just created another one called the Hands-On Skills Academy. Again, we have some of our employees that are in that, but we also have some county residents that are in that as well. And finally, the Working Edge under Edgecombe Works, it is 2 or 3 actually summer initiatives that are geared towards our youth. These are high school kids that can participate industry-recognized skill development, apprenticeships, and career exploration, entrepreneurship training, and youth-focused Citizens Academy. So those 4 programs are included in the FY26 budget. Just a few other budget notes. I will note that the Battleboro or Harrison Fire Department, we have 14 volunteer fire departments in the county, and they generate revenue to be able to provide the service that they provide through a fire tax. Each year, all of the fire departments can review if they want to request an increase in their fire tax. This year, Battleboro Fire Department is the only department that is requesting that. They are requesting that their fire tax be increased from 12 cents to 14.5 cents. And so the board will consider approving that as part of the budget when they adopt it. Probably more of interest to our staff and to our board. This year, we invested some money to have our sheriff to have some of his off-duty staff to provide security in some of our buildings. It's not every day, but in several days of the week in our 4 main buildings to help improve security in our buildings. That is, again, budgeted in next fiscal year. And finally, a budget note that our board has already discussed. We've discussed it in Budget Committee. Our board has discussed. But a recommendation is that, as you saw in an earlier slide, one of our priorities is education. We are happy that the increases that we have provided to Edgecombe schools over the last 3 or 4 years, where we've helped to increase our capital funding as well as helped to increase the local supplement, which has gone from 7% to 10%. It's very expensive for us to do that, but it's necessary, and so we are sustaining that in the proposed budget, but we're not proposing any increases except for the additional funds that will come from Nash to Edgecombe schools as a result of 10th grade transitioning to Edgecombe schools. However, we are making it known publicly that with education as a priority, we will revisit additional funding by mid-year. So how the coming year plays out it will be critical to us. Will we have a recession? That will impact what our sales tax receipts are. If it's too bad and lasts too long, it will make it difficult for people to pay their property taxes. How will our revenues perform? Will we see measurable growth in our tax base? There's some discussion about that tonight. Will we see measurable growth in our tax base? The answer to those questions are vitally important. And I know every year our team, we always say how tough the budget is. This was particularly tough. I've been manager for 9.5 years. It's probably the toughest one I've had to do so far. I'm suspecting next year, I suspect next year will probably be as tough, if not tougher. However, we are pleased that with the budget that we are presenting, that there are some critical things that we are accomplishing with this proposed budget. Number one, we are maintaining our tax rate. I live in this county. I'm not from here, but I do live here in Tarboro, and I pay these taxes to you and to the county and to the town of Tarboro as well. I don't want our taxes going up, but I tell you what, it would help. But we don't want to raise our taxes. So we're maintaining our tax rate. We are addressing some critical capital needs. We are maintaining some progress that we've made in a lot of areas. We are investing in getting off the list, and we are addressing many of the key priorities that our board has outlined. So that is my presentation of the budget. I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have, and I know, Mr. Chairman, that you will invite comments, and we certainly welcome your comments and excited to get your feedback tonight.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none, take your seat.
All right, thank you.
Well, good job. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'll call for public comments. If there's anybody in here who would like to speak, I'm going to ask to start from this row. If there's anybody who would like to speak, and I'll go back. And please come forward and state your name and address for the public record. Anybody here to speak? Anybody? Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak. Okay. Come on up, Reverend Hicks.
This is about the budget.
Huh? About the budget.
Yeah, we need to remind you.
It's about the budget. This is not public petition now. I don't want to hear nothing about.
I got you.
Okay, all right. Okay.
I got you. I saw on the screen earlier, there was something about parks and recreation. That's still a budget item?
Yes, yes.
What's the?
Yeah, please state your
Okay,
name.
Reverend Roosevelt Hicks. I thought everybody knew that. I'm sorry.
They know of you.
Okay, okay. Speed, North Carolina. I know some years ago there was some money that was being set aside for parks and recreation, and somehow it got shifted over to the school system for some type of camp that they were having during the summer for cheerleaders and other things. I just wonder whether that's still the same case, because to me that is really not real recreation.
I'm happy to, would you like me to address that, Mr. Mayor?
Huh?
Would you like for me to address that?
Please do.
Yeah, sure. So the county has, pardon me for my back being turned to you, but the county has for many years supported a summer recreation program through Edgecombe County Schools, and I don't know when it started, a long time ago. We continue to provide funding for that program. We've seen it as a beneficial program. But in addition to that, a few years ago, we started something called a recreation mini grant program. And so we started off 10,000, we went up to 20. Last couple of years, including next fiscal year, we have $50,000 in that. We invite nonprofits, agencies, even some of our towns, the school system, town of Tarboro, town of Coneta, I'm missing some. They have requested these, we call them micro grants. They can get up to $3,000 to help with making small investments in these recreational efforts. In some way there to help to create new recreation, parks and recreation opportunities. So we continue to do that. So those are two of our parks and recreation initiatives. Third, we did some years ago a parks and recreation comprehensive plan. That plan encouraged the creation of a Parks and Recreation Department, which we did. It's a small department. It's a department of one right now, but we do have a Parks and Recreation Director. His name is Kelvin Jones. He's been with us now for just over a year. He's off to a great start. One of the things, since there are a number of people that are in the room from the school system, one of the things that has come out of that is his work with the school system to create an elementary basketball league that we're very excited to partner with the school system on and to make a small investment in that. He's doing a number of other things. So to answer the question, yes, we're still providing that funding to the school, but we're also doing a recreation mini grant, and we do have a Parks and Recreation Director.
In this row, there was somebody speak here? Please come forward. Please raise your hands, please, John. Okay. Please come forward, state your name. And I'll start over here. Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Gwendolyn Maryland. My address is 1220 Cookie Road, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, 27801.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Gwendolyn Maryland. I'm a cafeteria assistant at D.S. Johnson Elementary School, and I'm a proud member of the Edgecombe County Association of Education. Our union now represents the majority of Edgecombe public school workers. That means over half of us, cafeteria staff, bus drivers, teacher assistants, teachers, have joined together to speak with one voice. And tonight we are asking you to listen. I'm here because I love my job. I love my job. And I love this community. I do my job because our Edgecombe County schools and our Edgecombe students matters. And someone has to speak up for our students. This is why I am here. We've been working short-staffed over a year. Many of us are doing multiple jobs every day. Feeding kids, cleaning buildings, driving bus, just to keep the school daily moving. Daily. Some of us leave one job at 2 p.m. and come back to drive the bus. That's me. Often without getting paid for that time in between. That's me. This isn't sustainable. You cannot retain people if you won't pay them a living wage. You cannot retain them. This year's school budget proposal isn't extravagant. It's the bare minimum. Bare minimum to stop the bleeding and keep our schools running. We're frustrated, we're short-staffed, we're bleeding. A $1,000 raise for classified staff, a 7 to 14% raise for bus drivers, a 1% supplement for certified staff, and a $4.4 million building repairs for our schools that are literally falling apart. We're urging you to fully fund this budget, not just in part of it, not just what's convenient. Fully fund the $1.4 million in raises and the $4.4 million in the repairs. Because if you don't fund it now, you will pay later. In vacancies, in turnovers, in broken buildings, and in broken trust. We've shown up tonight. Will you? And I thank you so very much for your time, for your listening ears, and for your hearts of concern and understanding of our needs. And I'm going to piggyback out this lady earlier in part one, and she was a resident in Macclesfield. And quote me if I'm wrong or not, she was a realtor. Low wages, cannot purchase a home. Cannot do nothing. If I want to purchase a home, I cannot. I have to offer $15 an hour, working 6.5 hours. Thank you.
Anybody sitting here? Anybody else?
Ms. Howard.
Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Sue Howard, and I am with Edgecombe County Memorial Library. Thank you. And I also live in Tarboro, so I can give you 909 North Main Street or 104.5 East St. James Street. But anyway, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the library. So my name is Sue Howard, and I have been the director of Edgecombe County Memorial Library for the past 9 months. Although we did get some funds from the county a couple of years ago to help with the significant renovation of public spaces at the library has not received a recurring increase for the past 5 years. A couple of months ago, when we started to put together our funding request, there were very encouraging articles printed about the financial status of the county, so we decided to ask for a much-needed increase in our funding. Inflation and other pressures are causing us to dip into our reserves. I understand that the county's financial condition is not as robust as the press led us to believe, but before you make your final decisions about the 2025-2026 fiscal year budget, I thought that I should share some information about what the library's annual allocation actually pays for. Edgecombe County and the town of Tarboro own the main library building and property 50-50. For many years, however, the library has paid for all maintenance and upkeep. Plumbing and electrical repairs, a roofing service contract and roofing repairs, an HVAC service contract and all HVAC repairs, parking lot maintenance and repair, including filling potholes, and lawn care and landscaping, including tree removal. The cost of these services have risen approximately 25% over the past 5 years, in spite of our having put off tasks such as tree removal and pothole filling in hopes of receiving increased funding or assistance. Personnel expenses, primarily retirement matching and health care, have increased approximately 15%. And that's because the only increases in pay that have been given have been due to people leaving and that money being spread around. We haven't had COLAs or, haven't had any any increases for that, but we've been able to manage by losing staff. Non-personnel costs associated with the running of the library have increased approximately 13% because we have learned to make do and do without when possible. In spite of these challenges, though, I am very excited about all of the programs and services the library continues to provide. We have books, periodicals, book clubs, and story times, as you might expect. However, we also provide one-on-one computer training, resume writing and job search assistance, and other computer assistance for patrons. We are partnering with ECU Health to host digital literacy classes. We are partnering with Freedom Organization to promote our seed library and the community gardens of Princeville and East Tarboro. We and the Friends of the Library are partnering with the Tar River Players to provide entertainment and learning experiences for people of all ages. We have meeting spaces where the Friends of the Library regularly host art exhibits by local artists. We use our Furman Mathewson funds to support cultural and educational opportunities such as the ballet, the Tarboro Choral Society, the Barter Players, and many other wonderful programs. We partner with the Board of Elections, allowing them to use our Pine Tops Branch Library for both same-day and early voting. In 2017, when Edgecombe County had not had a passport acceptance office for several years, the State Department asked us to become a passport acceptance agency. Staff members were trained, and we have been offering passport appointments 4 days a week since then. Our outreach and children's departments go above and beyond to ensure library services are available to all Edgecombe County residents. Our outreach person, a one-person department, takes library materials to homebound patrons and also tailors fun and informative programs to the needs of various groups of senior citizens, and also takes programs to assisted living facilities and nursing homes. Our children's department coordinator, another one-person department, does story times, STEM programming, and works directly with the local homeschooling group. We partner with Downey's Partnership for Children to bring Kaleidoscope, a program for children ages 0 to 5 and their parents to the library. We also collaborate with Martin Millennium Academy, which allows classes to walk to the library for enrichment programs the first 3 Wednesdays of every month of the school year. Moving forward, this summer we plan to partner with the Extension Office to provide exercise and healthy eating programs for adults. If we receive grants we have applied for, there will be other programs and new library materials to support healthy living education for adults in Edgecombe County. That grant program is dependent upon federal monies, so we are not sure whether funds will be there or not. But we are hopeful. We are always hopeful at the library. We have a wonderful summer reading program planned, which kicks off June 6th. In the fall, we hope to put a pollinator garden in the front yard of the library, working with the Extension Office once again, and get a Carver Elementary to take walking field trips to the Pine Tops branch as library as MMA does here in Tarboro. We would like to take a more active role in the Get Off the Lists initiative, and I would be happy to discuss with how we might be more active in the pursuit if we had the necessary financial resources. You can check our website and our Facebook page to see what is happening at the library. Better yet, please come and see us. We would love to have you see your library in action. Our mission is to meet the educational, recreational, and technological needs of our patrons with respect and patron satisfaction and confidentiality. We offer this attitude and these services to all library visitors every day to the best of our ability. Thank you for listening.
How you doing, everybody? My name is James Wiggins, 303 Emily's Drive.
And I'm Mr. Cole. I'm actually from Patillo Middle School, and I live out in Halifax, town of Halifax in Halifax County.
Also work at Cocoa Emily School. I am a proud union member of ECAE, and our union now represents majority of Edgecombe public school workers. We didn't wait for someone to fix things, we organized, because someone has to speak up for our schools. Someone has to speak up for our students. We're speaking with one voice today. We're asking for someone to listen.
All right, the budget is not extravagant. It's a bare minimum to keep our schools running and our staff from burning out. A $1,000 pay raise for classified staff, a 7 to 14% pay raise for bus drivers, a 1% supplemental bump for certified staff, and $4.4 million in repairs for schools that are falling apart. You either fund it now or you pay more later. And also, we've been talking about funding projects for people to come live here. If we look at the population from the last 10 years, we've lost over 7,600 people. That's an average of 760 people leaving this county every year. You want to know one of the reasons for that? Because the schools are not properly funded. You fund the schools properly, you're going to have more people move here. To have a solid community, you have to have solid schools. No solid schools, no solid community, period.
I am urging you to fully fund the $1.4 million raise to address shortages, $4.4 million for building repairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anybody else to speak? Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Marcia Moyd Williams, and I live at 3158 Statensburg Road, Wilson, North Carolina. I am a current MCL at Cocoa Elementary. This is year 3 for me in Edgecombe County. I stand before you tonight as the president of Edgecombe County Association of Educators, but more importantly, as the mother of a 1-year-old who could potentially be a pre-K student in 3 years here in Edgecombe. You know, I had a speech prepared to address everyone, the commissioners, just talking about why we need it, but then I sat and I listened. And as I listened, I began to realize that there's a lot of things in common when I was hearing about the budget. It seems like when you were speaking on investing, we have to invest in our people. We have high turnover rates when we don't do it that deeply impact the lives of the people that we serve. That hit me here. And in fact, it hit me so much that I changed my entire conversation tonight. I heard the word conservative so many times that I had to look it up because I spent 2 hours listening to members of this board speak on innovation, speak on we've got to do things differently, speak on what we want for Edgecombe to be true, speak on the change that we want to see in order to attract, in order to retain, in order to have in this district. Yet the word of the night was conservative, so much that I had to Google conservative. And when I Googled it, it actually said it was the act of not changing, the act of staying, holding on to one's traditional values. My statement tonight is to ask, when we're holding on to these traditional values, whose values are we holding on to? Our own personal or to the ones of the people that we serve? I sat and I listened and I heard, I saw, It said education as a priority. It said the top three: staff compensation, education, and public safety. Yet when you went through your budget on tonight, I saw staff compensation and increases for your department. I saw nothing for education because in fact I saw no increase. And I saw public safety being defunded, meaning it was losing funding, coming under budget. So I ask again, when you state your priorities, whose priorities were these? Because I did not see staff compensation for our public school workers. For the certified worker, the cafeteria staff worker that comes in every single morning at Coker at 6:45, works till 1:15, leaves Coker, goes to Tarboro High, drives a bus, gets off that bus, and goes to Pizza Hut to work until 11 o'clock at night just so she can rent a place to live in. Not purchase, so she can rent. So tonight, instead of me saying my speech that I prepared to talk about why you should fund it, I want to say we're relatable. We all seek individuals that we serve. We want the resources to be able to serve them. We're not asking for everything that you have. But when you talk about being conservative, but I'm in a building where a classroom teacher had to buy a box fan because her kids were so hot, but you don't want to give money for air conditioning. When you talk about, I understand there are priorities in this county. But when we talk about us asking down these partnerships, can you do a coat drive? Because in the wintertime, our kinders have to wear their coats. Yes, I'm super excited. I'm a part of that new school that's coming at North. But guess what? In that budget, I didn't see anything in the superintendent's budget that reflected building repairs for Coker. So that means 2 more years of box fans, 2 more years of our kids wearing coats just to learn. I ask you, I'm not asking, I'm telling you, how would you like it if that was your child sitting in that classroom? Amen. How would you like it? You talked about your employees, and I understand that. Human capital. I know some of you will say salary is not going to keep a person. If they want to go to the next county to get paid more, they will. But what happens when all of your educators do that? You want to attract people to here? I know when I moved 3 years ago, one of the first things I did was I looked at school ratings. Because when we talk about buying homes, parents look to see school ratings. Parents look to see ratios. Parents look to see the educational system. So if we want to invest in Edgecombe as being the best, which I believe it can be, will be, because we are on the trajectory to be, should be, we've got to make sure that when we talk about innovation, when we talk about resources and priorities, don't list a priority if we're not going to fund that priority.
Any other comments?
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to see what I'm going to say.
Maybe you should have stepped up before she did.
Amen, sir. Good evening, all.
Good evening. Your name, please?
My name is Shavonda Andrews. I work in Edgecombe County, but I live in Pitt County, Farmville, and I love Edgecombe County. I've been working in this county for 4 years as an educator, a first grade teacher at G.W. Bullock Elementary. And as my colleagues been saying, you know, we've been here for the last 2 hours just to have our voices heard, just to make sure that we are a part of this budget, because like they were saying, $1,000 raise for classified staff. 7 to 14 raise for bus drivers and 1% supplement increase for certified staff and a 4.4 million in building repairs. It is very insignificant sounding, but it means so much to us. It means so much to the children that we serve. It's not really, it is about us, but it's also about the children we serve. Without the families, without the parents bringing their children to these schools, you know, the county would go down even the more, as my colleague stated. You know, and I did have something to say tonight, but she really said it all, and I just want to be up here to really reiterate that this budget proposal is very, very important, and it is critical that you all please pay attention to the need of Edgecombe County Public Schools, because there is a great, great need, a dire need. Thank you.
Any other comments? Any comments from the board? Oh, going up. Any more comments? This is the last.
Willis Dancy.
This is the last person to comment. Go ahead.
Willis Dancy, 127 Midway Lane, Tarboro. Y'all know I love to say it. I live 3 miles out of Pine Top and 7 miles out of Tarboro. I too had something to say, but following the speaker before the last speaker, she about summed it up. Safety schools, for me, we're dealing with the redistricting right now. That's the top priority for me. But I just want to say this. Not only funding, but just in the paper the other day, a school recognized some bus drivers and didn't even put a name. And I posted, do these folk have a name? At least, if you're going to honor them, at least put a name with it. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to adjourn the public hearing. There will be no action taken on tonight. Any comments from the board?
I did want to say how much I appreciate all of these educators, bus drivers, lunchroom people, and I've been in most of your schools, so I do know what they are and what's happening in them. And I want you to know that I did ask during our joint meeting with the school board about capital projects. Because you know I'm north side, strong side. So I had to ask. And so they made sure that I knew that because there's going to be changes at Cocoa-Wimberley and Phillips, that was why part of the capital projects were not being done. But that wasn't satisfied to me because I know it's going to be 3 years. So, like you said, at some schools, the teacher's already told me she's got to put a bucket down to catch the rain, different things like that. So we do know exactly what you're going through. But we're also going through. Every other department is going through as well. But believe me, we have not forgotten, and our manager has said we're going to make sure that we take another look because we know how important it is. And because that school, you may want to ask school board members about those capital projects. Because I did ask that question. Even though there's going to be a transformation, that transformation is going to take a while. So I would like to see some things down on the north side taken care of, not all on the south side. So that's the end of my conversation.
Mr. Wiggins.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Howard, for speaking on the library. I just wanted to reiterate, I know that there's some capital improvement projects that need to be done there. I would ask that if we could please get a list of what those are and see if any, I asked for critical needs of that, and I think it's an AC unit, is that right? In that Tarboro library, there's an AC unit that desperately needs to be addressed.
We have an old boiler system, a boiler chiller system, which currently is only working to produce air conditioning and not heat. So there are areas of the library that have not had heat for several years now. With the new renovations from the past couple years, there is more bleed through. Couple years ago, up till a couple years ago, for over 5 years, the children's department had no heat at all. But with the new room that has been set aside, the new meeting space that has been created with the ductless system, it's only half of the children's area and a good section of the staff area in the back that doesn't get heat.
My recommendation, as we're looking at those CIP finance projects, could we please include those items in that list? I mean, if we need to go to the town, because I think, do we own that building, or is town share?
in that with the town.
So there's some kind of compromise there. I feel like that we can address that issue. Going multiple years without heat in our library is not a great sign.
Nobody told us. We don't know if we're not told. Isn't that correct?
So I think that if we could have, maybe we work on a more regular scheduled meeting about what that looks like.
Any other comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, may I note, and may be of interest to those that are here speaking on this matter tonight, just as an FYI, several comments were made about facility needs. We have funding that comes in from sales tax. Percentage of that has to go towards capital for schools. We use that to pay debt service that we owe on school projects. We provide annual capital to that. What is not used goes into a capital fund that accumulates. And so as the school system brings projects for us, for example, this year we have $800,000 has already been designated to the school for capital projects. In addition to that, they can make requests to tap into those sales tax that's accumulated in that fund. Later on the agenda tonight, you have that list to be reviewed. I think is over $400,000 worth of projects. So I just wanted to mention that, and maybe of interest for those of you talked about that matter, that there is some movement on some of these things tonight.
And that movement in terms of prioritizing and where they spend it is coming from the school.
Board, yes, sir.
Mhm. I guess I just got one comment, and that was, I think Ms. Williams spoke on Google's definition of conservative. I don't accept that definition as in terms of, and I don't call myself liberal or conservative. I don't know what I am. I'll speak to the issues as they come to me. But I do, our board is, we've had ongoing discussions. We are concerned. I mean, you might not necessarily hear those public concerns because those are concerns that we do have. And I met with your committee earlier I think was it this week or last week? And as a result of that, I asked the county manager to look at it. I would, as I stated to you, we've got a whole different, when we look at our budget, we're looking at our total budget and how we can spend those funds throughout. And I asked him to see if we could find funds. I told you, I know we won't get all that. I know nobody gonna get all their requests. Okay, nobody. Okay, but I'm in agreement in terms of any little bit counts. And I certainly would ask the manager to go back and ask our budget committee to review at least what we call that the staff, those staff, and ask them to review and see if there's anything we can do. And if that can be found, I believe that this board would consider that. Okay. The budget is not final yet. It's like I told you that I promise nothing. You're not gonna call me a lie. Okay. We promise nothing. Okay. Okay. But we certainly will look at. I've heard all of you, and everything you said makes sense. Okay. Okay. We do want to keep you. We do know that we need to keep you. But I'll say one thing, the capital funding is ours. The school board requested, if we got it, we do it. But they request where it goes. But I'll also say to those, in terms of Phillips and Cocoa Wembley, is it Cocoa Wembley, that those schools are gonna be eventually closed and consolidated. So the school board is concerned on how they spend that money, okay? They is concerned on how they do capital improvements at those schools. That is the school board concern, okay? That's their business, okay? That's their business. As I said, we should, I'm asking the manager to look at that, and those are things we will do, making no commitment as to where, because as I told you at the committee, okay, ours depend on revenue, and we have to assign that revenue based on everything that you heard the manager say, okay? Here's his only recommendation. Final decision on how this money's gonna be spent rests with us. There's 7 of us, 1 is absent, okay? I make no commitment, we certainly revisit it. At this time, we'll move on to public petitions. You can come and say anything else during this time you'd like to say, okay? Okay.
I'm gonna say that for our next meeting.
And you're always welcome. We listen. We will listen, okay?
You know, y'all meeting, but some of us have been at work since 6 o'clock.
And we have put in a whole day here this evening, okay?
We appreciate the
Hold your point, Brother Higgs, just a minute, okay?
Calm down, though.
And now we're back to restricting we're restricting this 3 minutes to this public petition. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
Hold it just a minute, Brother Higgs. Do we need a break? Need a break?
I do.
After the public petitions, we're gonna take a break too, okay? Go ahead.
Okay, I respect y'all 3 minutes tonight because I have a 8 o'clock bed appointment. I'm already overdue.
You got a late.
You gonna respect it tonight anyway.
Yeah. And y'all, in addition to y'all package, I put something on y'all desk there. It's the public notices hearing for the school board redistricting. I put it up there. I hope y'all would honor that. And I also like to thank y'all for the resolution for Reverend Walker. And I will be seeing him on tomorrow. If y'all want me to carry it to him, I'd be happy to do so. And I also.
No.
You gonna take it?
Okay.
That needs to come from one of us, okay?
And I'm also thankful for y'all being willing to receive the gift of the Charles of Freedom from the Foundation Forward. And as y'all received it from the Foundation Forward, I hope at some point we can have a second event where y'all can present it to the community at large. Although it's in Tarboro, I still feel like there's an urgent need to respect those other communities out there. And I have hoped that all those smaller community leadership would have been invited to that event. And they may have been, but they wasn't there.
Right, they were there.
But maybe a second effort, because again, I think the whole county needs to embrace that display, and it's long overdue. And
Thank you for your one suggestion that you bring to us every week.
Yeah.
Every month.
I have a list I'm gonna say.
Yeah, you can hold that one.
Did y'all watch the so-called Shark Tank?
Your 3 minutes up. Your 3 minutes up, Reverend Higgs.
Before y'all, we feel like we stand before Shark Tank. And being that
We ain't got no money.
And being that I'm not asking y'all for nothing,
We had your
I'm out.
money, you wouldn't be having problems.
I'll be very brief.
I too want to thank y'all for the Charters of Freedom. Able to get off work and come and video it. But I also want to thank y'all for the movement on the animal shelter. I'm glad to see that serving on that board. I'm glad to see it moving right along. I was intending to go by today to take some more pictures, but I'm going to try to get by that tomorrow. But I also want to commend you guys. People don't understand how the political process works. And listen to all those comments earlier about the Indian Macclesfield. At the end of the day, people got to understand that you got to abide by policies and procedures, and that was the zoning. They don't understand that you can't just operate off feelings. You got to abide by what's in the zoning. So thank y'all for staying focused. I know it won't unanimous, but at the end of the day, I know y'all don't want to get sued, so you got to follow policies and procedures. People might not like it, but it is what it is, and if they don't like it, they need to run for office, planning board, attend the meetings, because a lot of times I be here by myself. So I just want to thank y'all.
Is anybody said public petitions? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day for us. We're going to take about another 5 minutes recess, okay? I understand that I've been holding the members too long sometimes in these meetings, okay? So we're gonna take just a 5-minute recess.
Right there. Oh, over to take that. Tremendous. Get people to do that, please. Get you a breakfast box. I need to go, but if I ain't able to move.
Say what?
I worked hard today. Hey, fix this. Miss Tam. I said, I need to go, but I ain't sure I can move. We need an egg sandwich. I'm telling you, a good egg sandwich is good.
It would be good.
With some bacon on it, an egg and bacon sandwich.
You told Miss Tammy to fix this breakfast box.
Huh?
I need my sandwich.
You should have gotten
She took your salmon.
All right. Hey, Ms. Evans, I got the agenda. I'll call you when I need you. I got the agenda. I'll call you when I need you. Okay, okay.
Stick boy. That's my favorite sandwich from there. They make a good meatball parm.
Mom is the word.
Huh?
Sandwich out of the refrigerator.
They in the refrigerator.
I knew what was gonna happen.
I'm hungry again now.
I'll eat that.
Budget amendments or any budget amendments you need to be explained to the manager needs to explain. If not, is there a motion to approve?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Amendment number 1,
Go
we
ahead.
ask for you to hold that. That's going to be connected to another agenda item.
That's
I do
fine.
ask you to approve numbers 2 and 3, and you also have number 4 at your place. Would ask if you would consider that. So recommend you approve amendments 2 through 4.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second? Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved. Down to D, consideration of call of public hearing to discuss special use permit by the Bridge Solar. Is there a motion to call for a public hearing?
So moved.
That will be at our July
July
meeting.
meeting, yes, sir.
Second? Is there questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved. E,
Natalie's got her.
consideration to approve annual cooperative agreement, which we annually do, is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any questions in reference to item E? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none is approved. Ms. Evans, go ahead and explain F to us.
Yes, sir. As you know, Edgecombe County School System, we've been awarded $64 million grant for the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction Need-Based School Capital Fund. The grant will support design and construction of the North Edgecombe School of Innovation, as we've talked about. As part of the terms of the grant, the county is required to provide a 5% local match equating to $3.2 million. The county intends to satisfy this requirement through installment financing and anticipating for closing of that in the summer of 2026. Closed for your consideration and approval is a memorandum of agreement between the county and the school system that outlines the responsibilities and terms for the execution of the project. It was drafted by Mr. Peters and reviewed by the school system's legal counsel. It ensures compliance with state requirements while protecting the county's interests, ensuring smooth implementation of the project. In addition to the MOA is the attached form of agreement that is provided by DPI that must be approved as well. I recommend that you approve both the MOA and this DPI's form of agreement.
It was in your agenda package. Are there any questions?
No, move for approval.
Second? Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved. Go ahead, Ms. Evans with G.
Item G is regarding major capitals ordinance and reimbursement resolution. As you're aware, we plan to pursue financing to address several critical capital projects throughout the county. One of the projects identified is the electrical systems repair at the Human Services Building. The low bid for this work is $583,150, and the contract is presented for your approval later in the agenda. We anticipate going before the Local Government Commission in September to seek their approval for the borrowing, with closing expected in mid-September if approved. However, due to the urgent nature of the electrical issues at the Human Services Building, we need to initiate that work to ensure the safety and continued operation of the facility. In addition, several other capital projects, included in the upcoming financing, require architectural design and construction administration. We have engaged with the architect for 5 such projects with total architectural contracts amounting to $290,300. It's critical that this design work begins now in order to complete the bidding process prior to our appearance before the Local Government Commission, which we anticipate being in September. Therefore, I recommend actually 3 items. Number 1, that you approve Budget Amendment 1 that you saw earlier in your agenda packet. Number 2, to approve the enclosed Major Capital Projects Fund Ordinance. And number 3, to approve the accompanying reimbursement resolution, which declares the county's intent to reimburse general funds with loan proceeds once the financing is secure.
Any questions before I get a motion? If not, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved. Next, Ms. Evans, go ahead.
Item H is regarding solar farm special use permits. As you will recall, you conducted 2 quasi-judicial hearings at your December 24 meeting to consider special use permit applications submitted by Brightleaf Solar LLC and Swift Creek Solar LLC. After the 2 hearings, you found that the applications had met their burdens of production to satisfy 3 of the 6 review criteria outlined in section 2.3.20.f of the UDO. However, you denied the applications because you found the applicants had failed to satisfy review criteria 3 through 5, that special uses would not substantially injure the value of the abutting land, special uses would be in harmony with the area in which they were to be located, and that the special uses would be in general conformity with the county's adopted policy guidance. As you know, the applicants appealed the denials to the Superior Court. Although the court found you conducted proper hearings and did not violate any due process rights of the applicants, the court found the applicants had met their prima facie burdens, or their burden of proof for entitlement to the special use permits, and that no competent material and substantial evidence was presented to the contrary by those opposing the applications. Specifically, the court found that, quote, feelings, opinions, and generalized concerns, end quote, expressed by those in opposition to the applications were not competent and material evidence, and therefore were insufficient for the board to rely on to deny the applications. Thus, the court reversed the denials and directed the county to issue the 2 special use permits subject to the additional conditions each applicant proposed in its application. Draft orders issuing the permits, which are consistent with the court orders and consistent with the court's order and include the additional conditions, are presented to you tonight. You have a copy at your place. They were sent to you in advance of the meeting. I do recommend that you approve the proposed orders.
Mr. Peters, you got anything to add to that?
No, sir.
How should we just, all I need is a motion to
Yes, sir.
approve? To approve?
We could do both orders, a motion and second, and vote on both orders.
Okay, I didn't see a copy, so
Motion to approve Brightleaf Solar LLC court-ordered findings.
Second.
all, questions? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved. Next,
Motion to approve the Swift Creek Solar court-ordered findings.
Second.
questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none. Let the vote show that it's
She need to be,
Yeah, well,
we
technically
need to be
Well,
recused.
will you withdraw your second?
Yeah,
You withdraw your second?
Withdraw.
Withdraw the motion.
Motion to recuse Ms. Powell from the.
Second.
Question? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ms. Powell is not included in that
Want
motion.
me to leave out of the room this time?
Would you restate your motion?
Motion to approve the court-ordered findings on Swift Creek Solar LLC.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Consideration to approve home and community care block grant funding plan for the fiscal year. If you have any questions, if not, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none. Next, Ms. Evans.
You'll see in your agenda packet that Edgecombe School System has proposed, as I mentioned earlier, the list of projects to use funds from our school capital reserve fund. And so it's a total of $407,407.03. They are listed there per project, and recommend that you approve.
Motion? Second?
Second.
Question?
Question.
Go ahead.
What is this Barn Hill? What does Barn Hill have to do with these?
That's the administration building.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's the donated building on the
Still
corner.
refer to it as the
Okay.
On Main Street.
Oh, okay, I was like, something ain't right here, okay, thank you.
They just call it the Barn Hill building.
Any other questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Consideration to approve Michaelsfield application for power rates. Is there a motion? Second?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none. Next, appointments. Community colleges representing is recommending Dr. Patrick, is that Hines?
Hines, yes, sir.
Be appointed to fill the vacancy created by Mrs. Gloria Hicks. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second, questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. After list and release, anything for the board's attention, Ms. Evans?
No, sir. Happy to answer any questions.
All in favor, can I get a motion? Second,
Second.
questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. For contracts, anything we brought to the board attention now?
I do want to note the first change order, I forgot to put in the description, that's related to the animal shelter contract, but all the change orders and contracts there for your approval. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Is there a motion to approve? Second? Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none is approved. I would say unless there's, you have department reports for water and sewer, you have that in there. We usually hear from Ms. Barfield. Is there anything exceptional, Ms. Barfield, you need to bring to the board that, if there's no immediate emergencies or anything the board wants to hear? Otherwise, we can move on. Hearing none, we'll move to the manager's report. Confine yours to what we need to hear.
You'll see the first three there. We'll note the unwind for the biotech facility financing. It has been unwound, and that long-term loan has been paid off. Want to thank Ms. Barfield for her work with the team on closing out a very complicated project, as you know. Federal budget potential impact, there is a summary of that. Charters of Freedom have been mentioned already. Just as a reminder, as it was announced on that day, there is a part 2 that will be the dedication of the time capsule. One of those displays has a time capsule built into it, so they will be following up with us on what should go in there and those kinds of things. We're tentatively looking to do that in November. Also want to add that got a call from the representative, Mr. Mike Unruh, who is one of the gentlemen with Charters of Freedom, who called. I think they were on their way back to wherever they were heading back to. And he said, first of all, let me tell you, I normally don't call this soon, but I had to call and say we had a great time. It was a great event. Thank you all so much for what you did. And so I thought that was very nice and kind for him to say that. It's not on the agenda, but I do want to note you need to select a voting delegate for NACO's annual conference in July. I believe Commissioner Harris plans to attend that, but you do need to take action to designate a voting delegate for that.
Motion?
Motion. Second.
Ms. Harris? That was
Yes, sir. Ms. Harris.
questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none. You are our long-standing delegate. At this time, with the chairman's gavel, there will be no attorney's report and no commissioner's report. Is there a motion to go ahead, we close session for personnel matter, right?
Is it also for economic development?
Yes.
And for economic development.
Yes, sir.
So moved.
Second, questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attendance. We will now be going into closed session. Okay.
The first one's the first one.
You saying they don't match?
Is there anything to come in open session? If not, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Second.
So, all in favor, let me know by vote sign aye. Aye. All opposed, we now stand adjourned. Okay. Yeah.
Two of them.